Hey everybody, get ready to do another stream here. We're gonna be doing art. Gonna get back to the pixel art for Amazion's 100, Johnny Mangiaro's Dungeon Crawler, coming soon for Game Boy Color. And then I'll probably do some Doom modding as well. But yeah, the regular game playing streams with Indiana Crones was canceled tonight. And we'll probably be back to it on Thursday. I may do something tomorrow. I don't know. But yeah, I've been having a lot of fun modding Doom, but I've also been kind of slacking on this pixel art for Johnny's game, so I want to do some of that before I get into more having fun with the Doom mod. But yeah, an ad's gonna start in 35 seconds, and then we'll jump into stream. J-Train, howdy, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. That was a lot of fun playing Holdfast with you the other night. Yeah, I kind of thought we were going to be playing that tonight, but Indiana Crones canceled his stream. And I feel like I'm more productive when I do non-game stuff, or when I'm not playing games and making games or doing whatever, art stuff. It's a good game. I'd mess around with that some more. Hell yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll play more. Oh, there's the ad. La Lizard, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for getting first. And just in time for the ad to end. Yo, how's it going, everyone? So I made this today. It's not anything special. Kind of whipped it up. The butt looks funny, but it's gonna be covered anyways. You can kind of see the steps that I took to make it. Well, I guess you can't really see that many, but like this one, if you turn off the subdivisions on it, you can see that it's oh, I hit the wrong button. This one, you can see this is what I started with. This one, we turned that off, and that you can see that's actually what I modeled. Same thing here. This one's got more going on with it. I don't know. For whatever reason, I copied and pasted it before I applied these filters here. This one still has or has the wrong axis. I don't know. But yeah, the end result looks like this. Or no, this one. And you can see this one doesn't have any modifiers on it because I already collapsed them and changed the faces to smooth. What you doing? I'm gonna be doing some pixel art, but just real quick, this is what I was working on today. Also, I made concept art for it. This is actually, if we turn off the face, this is the actual T-pose that I used as a reference for this, but I didn't like the way the legs were spread like that, so I fixed that. If we do, what is it, Alt-H, yeah, you can see this is the enemy that I'm going to be replacing in Doom, and then this is the reference image that I used to get the proportions kind of right. But it's like a bodybuilder, right? His arms are fucking huge, so I moved some things around. Yeah, I could probably make my face less narrow, but whatever. Anyways, that's what I was doing earlier today. And then I can show you the Doom mod that I've been working on. So yeah, I've been working on this room. So I got this room figured out, and then it opens up to this room, and if we go in here, you can see I've made a couple sewer pipes. Now these are interesting because Vanilla Doom doesn't allow for this. So well, I'm doing other things that Vanilla Doom wouldn't allow either. So this is a GZ Doom mod, which is like a source port of Doom. Source is, if you don't know, is the engine that was created to make Counter-Strike. Valve, who owns Steam, made Counter-Strike. Cheese Doom, yeah, GZ Doom. It sounds like Cheesy Doom, but it's GZ Doom. I don't know what the G stands for, or the Z, but it was Z Doom, and then GZ Doom is like a port of Z Doom, or like a fork of Z Doom. Anyways, this is what they call 3D floors. So each sector, like this here and this here, are two 3D floors in the same sector, which is this thing, and then this is just one, right? So this one here and this one here are two different 3D floors in the same sector, which is that down there. This is its own sector. You can see it's got like a tiny little piece right there. And then same thing, this is two different 3D floors, and then this is one 3D floor. So it was actually a huge pain in the ass just to make one of them. And then I started copy pasting, and I was hoping it would be easy, just copy and paste it, but no, you have to like recreate each of the sectors again. So I was able to quickly copy paste the ones that were just one wall, but because these ones have two walls, or two 3D floors, I don't know why I call them walls, it makes it a little bit more difficult. But yeah, this area here is pretty straightforward. I think I showed that on stream. You walk through and the bad guys come out of the doors as you walk through. This thing was a pain in the butt because I wanted it to like only. Well, I guess I can show you real quick. It's kind of funny. Oh. Hey, 7 stream streak. Thanks a lot, Lizard. Hope you're having a wonderful day. That goes for J-Train as well. Alright, so going the wrong way here. So I'm just gonna clip through the walls. And there's a bad guy there. So I should probably have some guns. We'll use one that doesn't kill us. Get out of here. So I killed those guys, and then this opens up. And then I'm surrounded by stealth guys. Is there another? Oh no. So this is the weird part, right? So there's that wall there, but as soon as I cross it, it opens, and if I go back, it closes. But he can't see me because he's turned around, and he's actually dormant until a bullet crosses a certain line there, or until I cross a different line. So if I walk across this line, he's gonna come at me, and the bad guys are gonna, the doors are gonna open up around me, like the monster closets they call them, right? But if I were to like shoot him while that door is closed, here, I'll do it with a different gun, right? Nothing happens because it knows that I'm on this side of the line. But if I go over here and shoot, everything unfolds, and now I'm gonna die. But yeah, so that was actually kind of interesting. I had to like code it to do that, which you can see here. So I made this script. So all of these ones are for the doors and stuff. And then this one here, if the player crossed the pinky door, which is, I didn't have a better thing to call it, then it checks if the pinky door is true. And if it isn't true, then it makes the pinky door true, right? But also, if the player hasn't crossed the pinky door, it makes the pinky door true, or it makes player cross pinky door true, and makes the bad guy not dormant anymore, and lowers the floor, so it opens that door. And then if you cross that line again, meaning that you have already crossed the pinky door, then it changes it to false, makes the enemy dormant, and raises that floor again, so it closes that door. So that was me going across the line back and forth. And then this one actually opens all of the doors around you and closes one behind you. But it only does this if you've done this, right? So it actually has to hit this part of the script first, and then it hits this script. I guess they're separate scripts. Yeah. And then you can see here, this one is set to open and close this door, and then these two are set to open these doors and make that guy not dormant. But only if you've walked past this door, because if you're hiding over here, you can shoot a bullet across this line, and it would normally open up all of the doors and close you and lock you out. So it would soft lock you, right? So I had to make sure it didn't soft lock you. If you're not familiar with soft locking, that's when you can't progress in the game, and the game might as well be frozen, but it's not frozen. Hey Seagoat, welcome in. Thanks for the bits. Hope you're doing well. What are you up to? Hi, yeah. Hey, how's it going? This is my Doom mod so far. It's really just kind of a playground for me to fuck off and try things, but I'm getting faster, I'm getting better at it, and I'm coming up with more ideas and stuff. I kind of want to get back into the art for it. I only have a few pieces of art. I don't know if you can see the little face at the bottom. I don't know if I can make that bigger either. Oop, I can make it smaller. No, I can't make it bigger. I put the face on there. The gun is a staff. I made it so the smoke is green. And then if I take out the chainsaw, this is my chainsaw. And that's pretty much all I've changed. Oh, and I made a chainsaw pickup. So that's the chainsaw, is like a little book. But yeah. You won 5 for the jump catch game. Nice work. Fuck, my weekend was terrible. Today's been okay. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I hope that things are better for you. That sucks you had a bad weekend. Honestly, what my weekend flew by. I kind of, we did the game dev thing. Had a game dev meetup. Those are always fun. I definitely look forward to those. That's like the only thing that gets me out of the house, other than like grocery shopping. Oh, and I did go to Walmart, I think, on Sunday. Had to get some shit for around the house, like batteries for the smoke detectors and shit like that. EMTs were here 3 times. Everyone's fine now. Fingers crossed. Wow, 3 different occasions? That's intense. Yeah, that does sound like a bad weekend. But yeah, I was gonna make some art for Johnny's game. I just wanted to catch everyone up with where I was on the Doom mod. I'll probably come back to this after I do a little bit more art on Johnny's game. So here's the last one we made. We'll probably do something with the gray, at least on the inside of the map. But for now, it's fine. Also, I think the starting and exit points should be a little bit more obvious. Right now, I don't even know which one you start and end at. I think the circle is where you end up, and the X is where you start. But I think there's going to be a boss at the end, so I think the skull should be at the end, and then instead of an X at the start, I think it should be like an S for a start. But I'll have to chat with Johnny about that. He's the designer. Let's see. Can I... Alright, so this was the original thing, so I'm just going to open that in the folder and pull up zone 7 here. And it's going to try to load it as an animation. I'm just going to skip that. So here's the zone that we're going to be working on today. I have my previous zones, so I can easily just kind of steal the tiles and just quickly paste them in on a new layer. It's a little bit tedious, but I tried doing it in tiled, and as Seagoat once so eloquently put, tiled as cheeks. And it's really hard to do any type of complex tile set. So like I wasn't able to get this to work. I was able to do something, but it wasn't what I wanted. And I spent probably like an hour trying to figure it out, and I was like, you know what? This isn't working. If it was a simple, non-complex tile map, then it would. Cheeks are important. Yeah, I mean, without them, it'd be really hard to hold your pants up, right? But yeah, my weekend wasn't too bad. Wasn't anything crazy amazing, but it was fun enough. I can't complain, honestly, since I don't have a day job. It's like the weekends are a lot like the weekdays. I try to be productive. I cleaned my shower with the stuff that I bought at Walmart. It really needed it. I mean, I don't want to make it sound gross, but like, it's got like tile, and I've been here for over a year and I hadn't cleaned the tile because I didn't really have anything to clean it with. I could like scrub down the tile, but I couldn't really like scrub the grout, you know? So I got like a big scrub brush to really scrub down the grout. Nice, I moved my setup downstairs, so it's much cooler. Nice. Yeah, that's right. Last we spoke, you were saying it was hot. It hasn't been crazy hot here, but it did warm up a little bit. We've been having storms here. There was a derecho this weekend. And then there was a storm this morning and a storm last night. I think it was Sunday night we had the derecho. Stormy as fuck, yeah. Did you hear that? There was 24 train cars got blown off the tracks on Sunday night or Monday morning. That's pretty crazy. That's like pretty catastrophic in terms of like, if that was a small business, then that would have closed the small business. But how often are trains ever small business? That shit's always like some type of government involvement and shit like that. But also I read on the news that there was a new fireworks stand shop that lit off on accident, like $60,000 worth of I think it was tens of thousands of dollars worth of fireworks went off in a fire because it was an electrical fire because of the lights or something on their opening day. That shit's crazy. And there's footage of it, just like fireworks going off. Big fireworks too. But honestly, like, the local news here is pretty chill. Like, there has been a couple shootings since I moved in, but like, that's not too bad. I mean, in Chicago, there's shootings every single day, and they don't even report on them. There's so many that they don't report on them. Like, it's just like literally daily news, except that it doesn't even make the news because it's so like all the time. It's just consistent in Chicago. And Phoenix, like, I don't know, like, if it's probably, I don't know if it's as bad as Chicago in Phoenix. It's a smaller city, so it's probably not. But it wasn't great. And there was definitely shootings. I remember there was an instance where a neighbor called the police on another neighbor for being loud, and apparently this guy and his wife or girlfriend were playing Crash Team Racing and got loud. Like, just a guy and a girl playing games was enough for this neighbor to call the cops. And when the cops got there, they shot the guy who answered the door because he, quote, looked like someone else that was wanted. He looked like a criminal that was wanted. So they shot him. It's on site. He opened the door and they shot him. Like, that's fucking crazy. Like, who does that shit? And I guess he didn't even really look like the guy. That was probably just like an excuse. But yeah, recently I've been playing a lot of Johnny's NES game, which was recently in a bundle that was featured on itch, which is pretty cool. Palusa Saga, Kaji's Trials. I could pull up the link here. So yeah, if you guys don't know this game, the art is not great. It looks like it's AI art, but Johnny didn't realize that the artist went that route, and he was upset, but at that point it was already released, so there wasn't much they could do about it. Anyways, oh no, yeah, this was back when AI was first rearing its ugly head. But the game art itself is not AI, because back then AI couldn't even do pixel art. Anyways, it's a great game. Johnny programmed it, and it runs on the NES, but there is a ROM that you can, like a digital ROM you can get for $10, or you can get it on sale. It goes on sale pretty frequently. It is a Zelda-like game, like the original Zelda, but there are 255 different like quests, right? You know how there's a second quest on Zelda? Well, this one has 255 quests. I think it's 255. Or 256. Anyways, yeah, I think it's 256. Because yeah, if you go to manual, it brings up 2 digits that are hex, and it goes up to FF, which is 255, right? And so if you go to auto, it just randomly chooses a random quest. But if you go to manual, you can type in the hex value for the quest that you want. And they're all different. So this is the map, but there's 2 maps for each quest. There's like a light world and a dark world. So what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 64 map tiles times, or plus 64 map tiles. Was 64 plus 64 132? Is that right? It would be 120 if it was 60, and then there's 4, so 128, sorry. 128 different map tiles per quest, and this is like one map tile, right? And so the layout is different every quest, and the enemies are in different spots every quest, and the items are different in every quest. So sometimes you'll get this same map with different, or this same like map piece with different enemy layouts and different, either no quest item, or there's a quest item, or maybe there's like a pickup, like this is a health pickup, or maybe there's a stairway instead that leads either to a underground pickup, a shop, or to the underworld. So like it's pretty fun. I've been having a lot of fun with it. There is also a cartridge available if you go to Broke Studios. How can I find this game? So yeah, let me paste the link into chat. I meant to do that and I forgot. Yeah, so there's the link. So this is the designer that I've been working with. We made Pyrotoad together. J-Train, you played that at the Game Dev Meetup, Pyrotoad, right? So Johnny, the guy who made this game, did the coding and the level design for Pyrotoad. I did a little bit of the coding for the art stuff, but it was very very minimal. Gotcha, this looks really cool. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And like I said, it does go on sale. See, I got it for $4.99 a year ago. I got it for 50% off, so it does go on sale on occasion. And then yeah, Broke Studio, if you wanted the box, €50, but it comes with the box, the cartridge, and a manual, and a sleeve too. Look at that, and a little cardboard insert and everything. Look at that. It's a bit much unless you're gonna, like, you know, collect it or whatever, if you're just interested in playing the cartridge version. But unfortunately, that's kind of how much this stuff costs. I've been thinking that maybe we should put Pyrotoad on Homebrew Factory. We wanted to. So when Palooza Saga was put onto Broke Studio, Homebrew Factory didn't exist, and then Broke Studio made Homebrew Factory as a way to get more games made with, like, almost like a Kickstarter kind of crowdfunded like thing. Oh, there's the ads. So anyways, we might do that for Pyrotoad. But I'm gonna get back to the art during the ad here. I hate to see people lose valuable information during the ads. I wasn't sure if JTrain's stuck in the ad. But yeah, theoretically, it could work on Steam. It would take a little bit of understanding of how to do that, and I'm not sure Johnny's able to. Oh, you have Turbo. Oh, I didn't know. Now I know. Or maybe I did know and I just forgot. That's pretty awesome. What did he make it in? He used NES Maker to make it. So it's assembly, but NES Maker is like basically an organizer. It's got some drag and drop capabilities, but anything that's like remotely interesting has to be done in assembly. And that's what Johnny used to make all the cool aspects of it. From what I understand, the engine isn't terribly amazing to work with. It's a bit of a struggle. It tends to make people think that it's a little bit easier than it is, and then the tutorials aren't great. And yeah, but it does spit out a ROM. I hate ads. Yeah, I'm not a fan of ads either. Honestly, like, I tend to stream hop when there's ads because I'm too cheap to actually buy Turbo. But I dream about having Turbo. No. It's not that important to me. I just channel hop. And then I try to come back. Same, yeah. So any ROM that you make could be wrapped with an emulator. There are some things you gotta think about doing that though. Like, first of all, you need some type of like piece of software that's gonna help you wrap it with the emulator, right? You could technically do something in C# and just write your own program to do that, but you also need an emulator, right? And it's got to be a specific type of emulator that's actually free to distribute. If you distribute an emulator that's not free to distribute, you can get into legal trouble that way. So like with Godot, or with Pyroto, we use Godot Boy. So we're using Rust Boy, which is a open source and free to distribute emulator for Game Boy. It's not the world's best emulator, but it's free, open source, and free to distribute. So it's pretty great for those purposes. And then we're using Godot as the software to wrap the ROM and the emulator together as an executable. Now there are other ways of doing that in Game Boy. Like there's something called bubble wrap, which is also for wrapping your Game Boy ROMs with an executable. I believe that one uses JavaScript to do it. So there's definitely multiple ways of doing this. And I'm sure there's a way to do it with NES games. And there's probably even a free open source way of doing it, but it's different than for Game Boy because you need a different emulator. And a lot of the times when it comes to homebrew, the people who are like making the tools and stuff to use, like that person who made Godot Boy, for example, doesn't necessarily make NES games. So they have no reason to make the same thing for NES, if that makes sense, right? But someone else out there probably already has. In fact, I'm almost positive they have. So if Johnny was pointed in the right direction, or just did enough research on his own, he could probably figure out how to do that. Though then there comes the question of if it's worth it to distribute on Steam, because while from the outside perspective it may seem like it's always worth it to put it on Steam, the fact of the matter is that it costs $100, it costs time and effort, and you might not make all that much money off of it. Like, sure, if it like gets on new and trending and you get like thousands of wish lists, like you'll probably make some money off of it. But even then, it's probably not going to be enough to like quit your job. So, if you don't get on new and trending and you don't have thousands of wish lists, which is far more likely, you're probably only going to make, you know, few $1,000s tops, you know what I mean, off of a game, especially if it's already been released on itch. It's already hit the homebrew and collector circuits like a couple years ago or 3 years ago. I'm not sure when it was released, to be honest. And then it's already got like a cartridge release, like a physical release. Like, sure, there you could get some sales, and it's probably a good idea just to get more word of mouth around the game, but it's probably not gonna, you know, sell like hotcakes. So there is that to think about. If it was my game, I would throw it on there for sure. And yeah, if I was gonna give Johnny advice, I would say, yeah, you should try putting that on Steam, because it is a fun game. I really enjoy it. But I'm also not everybody, right? I like to play a lot of homebrew games. I like Nintendo games. I like old games that are hard. I like the limitations of the hardware. I'm I'm not the type to be, you know, I don't know the word, upset with a game for not having the world's newest features and shit like that. Like, that shit doesn't really bother me. But honestly, I love having the ROM because then I can play it on my Miyoo Mini, which is like my little handheld device. I also got a whole bunch of Doom mods on it, and they're completely legal open source Doom mods, which is pretty cool. Yeah, someone made a total conversion for Doom that's all open source assets, right? Because I think we talked about this at the game dev thing, is that Doom is like, the engine is open, right? I think it's a MIT license or something like that on the engine. And so that means anyone can repackage and redistribute the engine if they've made, you know, changes to it. However, the art and the IP of Doom is owned by Bethesda now, because id owned it. They didn't give that away with the engine, and then someone bought id, and then Bethesda bought that company. So yeah, and then Microsoft bought Bethesda. Yeah, exactly. So it used to be id's thing. It's kind of fucked up. The corporate landscape of game dev right now is, of AAA especially, is pretty fucked up. Oh look, there's pixels missing here. That's supposed to be like that. It's very dystopian out there in the game dev landscape, AAA industry landscape. It's insane. Yeah, it really is. And with all the layoffs, it's like a fucking minefield. And the minefield's just getting smaller with more mines. I picked a great time to try to get into game dev. So here's the thing. If it's what you want to do and you're passionate about it, there isn't a better time, right? But if you're trying to make money off of it and trying to make it your career, it hasn't gotten that much. It hasn't really gotten easier, right? It's gotten easier to learn how to do it. It's gotten easier to make something. It's gotten easier to self-distribute and self-publish, but it hasn't gotten easier to make money. And let's be honest, it's never really been easy to make money with games. Because back in the day, like when Doom came out and shit, the real hurdle was actually making the game, right? But if you made something and you had like just enough creativity to put it on the internet, like you were good in a lot of situations. Even if your game wasn't that great, a lot of games that weren't that great did pretty well because they were cheap enough and enough people cared about them to distribute them, or you know, shareware or whatever it was that did it. Id, on the other hand, they made some really like mind-blowing shit and kind of pushed the industry forward in like in a crazy amount of ways, which is pretty cool, really. But yeah, I mean, distribution wasn't super easy back then either. You had to be creative enough to, you know, like id used BBSs before the internet was really a thing, and then they like crashed a server when they launched Quake, I think. And yeah, so I mean, like, it wasn't always super easy. And Doom didn't even hit the shelves. Doom 2 did, and then once they had that deal in place, like the big box deal for Doom, they like remade Doom 1 with Doom Ultimate, which worked as a 4th episode of Doom, and they put that in a box on the shelf. But when the first Doom came out, it didn't even have a big box, like, because they didn't need it, and it was expensive, and people didn't want to sell their game because it was too gory. So yeah, it just kind of goes to show that, like, it's never really been easy. It is much easier to make games, though. Yeah, the career part is insanely tough. It really is. It really is. But so here's the thing: if you really like doing it, then you can do it and keep your day job. And yeah, it's time consuming and it's tough. No one's saying it's super easy. Even though it has gotten a lot easier, making games is never easy. Like, I've said this numerous times. People think like, oh, I'll just start with like checkers or something. It's like, yes, well, you will need luck, so good luck, because it's difficult. Like, even making something like checkers is going to be difficult. Like, yes, it is tough. The easiest place to start is actually physical games, like board games, analog games, remake Candyland, things like that. And that is still game design. It flexes those same muscles. You learn a lot of things about game design that cross over to digital game design. And it's a great place to get your wheels turning and pick up some, motivation, learn about what you like about game development and game design, and then, use those skills to take it the other places you want to go. I did that exactly. I mean, I didn't make Candyland. Well, I did. In 4th grade, we had to make a game. We had to partner up with a classmate and make a game. And we made something that was kind of like Candyland, but it was like custom art, and it had its own theme and its own story. And we weren't even thinking about Candyland when we did it. We weren't creative enough to come up with another idea. We're just like, make a board game. Okay, well, here's some squares. Each square does something, and there's like, cards, and you pull a card on certain squares, and the cards tell you to do things, and you try to make it to the end first, which is fucking Candyland, is what it is. But we didn't even think about that. And it was pretty creative, and we had a lot of fun doing it. And that was actually the first time I ever made a game. And I recommend that. Also, there's a piece of software / game called Tabletop Simulator that is fantastic for prototyping shit. It's really easy to mod. It is analog and digital at the same time, so you can get your feet wet in both, which is really cool. But it's also just like really quick, and you don't need to buy a bunch of like game assets from a toy store or whatever, from a hobby shop. But that's cool too. I mean, like, if you've got, $15-20, go to a hobby shop and look for things that you could use to make a game. They don't have to be like perfect for what you're trying to make. The idea is to get things that would work universally. When I was working at a picture framing studio, I had access to a laser cutter, and I used to make like little game assets, just cut them out of the extra scrap that we had, because we used to cut a lot of mat board, like the stuff that goes around paintings and stuff like that. Or not paintings, but photographs, right? You don't want to mat a painting, but you mat photographs so that way the glass doesn't sit on the photo itself. You don't actually put glass on a painting, is the thing, right? Because that'll stick to it. But if for some reason you were gonna put glass on a painting, you would want to float the glass away from the painting, but you probably still wouldn't mat it. I mean, you could, but that would be a little bit weird. No one really mats canvases. I don't know, I'm getting off topic. Anyways, I cut a whole bunch of little circles out of basically cardboard, this mat board, right? And I still have this bag of circles. And whenever I need to write something on it, I've got like fucking hundreds of them. So I just, you know, I'll put an X on one side and a dot on the other. And that is now a coin. It's a two-sided die, right? Or I can use the dot on it to be the player and the X to be the player that died, right? You flip it over and now it's a dead player. Now there's a corpse on the board, whatever, you know? And then I'll just use like computer paper and draw squares or whatever, and you can make games that way. I made a, I took the Royal Game of Ur and made it like more than 2 players. And I kind of figured out a way to make it like infinite players, which actually would work as a digital game that you could sell to make like a Royal Game of Ur 99 kind of thing, which would actually be pretty cool, except that the Royal Game of Ur is a little bit boring and it would actually need more mechanics. And that would be the hardest part about designing that game, other than learning networking, which is fucking difficult. I did actually start learning networking just a little bit ago, using Fishnet, which is pretty cool. That's what they used to make Peak. But yeah, I didn't get very far. I wanted to make a multiplayer version of the hell's the name of that game? Oh, more pixels I missed. Warlords. I don't know if anyone's played Warlords. You have, but it was kind of hard to use. Oh, the tabletop simulator. You get used to it. I found it to be fairly easy. I made a card game in Tabletop Simulator that's totally playable. In fact, I've been thinking about getting a group together to play it of people who have Tabletop Simulator. So I should put a list together of people who'd be willing to do that and like get like a time. You'd play? Hell yeah. You said that's what I do at my job, kind of. I missed what the context on that. What is what you do at your job? Make multiplayer versions of the Royal Game of Ur? Networking. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I don't know shit about networking. I wish I knew more. But not for games. Do you know anything about networking for games? Essentially, like, because I can talk about it, but I don't know how to do it. Like, I know a little bit of how to do it. But essentially, you kind of always want like certain things to be controlled by the server and certain things to be controlled by the client. Now, however, a lot of these newer like friend slop games, the one of the clients like houses the server, and then all of the other clients like connect to that other client who acts as the server, right? And the reason why you can't do this in like competitive games is because of cheating, right? But if you're playing these smaller friend slop games that are a lot of times cooperative, there's either no reason to cheat, or cheating actually makes it more fun because then you can mod the game and you're not playing with strangers, you're playing with your friends. So either everyone's cheating or someone's cheating and no one cares, or it's funny, or you know, whatever it is, you know. If you don't want them to cheat, then you don't play with them anymore. That's because they're someone you knew already, kind of thing. It's not random servers online, if that makes sense. But yeah, basically it depends on the game, but like like for instance, my game Retro Spaceball, if I was going to make a networked version of it, which I would love to do, the ball would have to be server side, and the players would be controlled by the client, but the data would be synced with the network, so that way the other player can see where the opponent is, and the ball can hit the player because the ball has to know where both opponents are, right? Essentially it's a little bit like Rocket League though, where you would have to like guess where things are gonna be because it's an action-based game and networks are a little bit slow for that type of shit. I think the best place to start with network stuff is actually turn-based games, because then you don't have to worry about the network like being a bottleneck. I don't know, I would love to learn more about it. There's always so many things that I want to do and just not that much time. Just be like Nintendo and do P2P. Imagine an online turn-based RPG. Yeah, I mean, the problem with turn-based is you need some type of like countdown to make sure players don't take too long. Like Worms is a great example, or that Hedge Wars game that we were playing. So it's a turn-based game, but there's like 30 seconds or a minute that each player has until it automatically goes to the next player. So that way, if you're AFK, the game doesn't just stop, right? But yeah, I think a turn-based MMORPG would actually be pretty cool, as long as there was like a timer. But honestly, I wouldn't know much about MMORPG design because I've never played one before, really. Well, I played Final Fantasy 11 for, I don't know, less than 100 hours, like way less than 100, probably like 20 hours maybe. I got to like level 7 in Final Fantasy 11. My brother, on the other hand, put in thousands of hours into this game. I never really got bit by the MMORPG bug. What if it's just like a regular multiplayer RPG, not massive? Yeah, I mean that could work, right? If you look at Final Fantasy 2 and 4 and 6, they both had multiplayer abilities that was widely overlooked. Many people didn't realize that, but you can actually play. I'm pretty sure both of those games are 2-player. You don't like MMOs, too much busy work? Yeah, so like, and I feel like that's like a design flaw within the game and not the genre, but all the games do the same thing because they think that it's required of the genre to be a time sink. I don't know. I think what happened there was that World of Warcraft kind of like took the reins, and like everyone else saw World of Warcraft as like, well, we gotta do what they did because they made fucking billions of dollars. And I don't think there's anyone out there that's really trying to like make it not busy. You know what I mean? Like, to make it actually fun for anyone, not just people who play MMORPGs. Or well, you said MMOs, so I mean, like, MMO can be like a lot of things, right? But I figure mostly you mean MMORPGs, because for instance, Holdfast is an MMO, right? Because it's massively multiplayer online. And hell, some people do roleplay. Yeah, MMOs like WoW or Final Fantasy 11. Yeah, MMORPGs. They have so much shit in them. Yeah, like they have full-fledged economies. They have like literally like, what do they call that? Like a illegal economy on the side that develops over these games having economies within the game, right? People selling their gear for real world money and shit like that. Like, there is a lot to it. My stepbrother was apparently addicted to World of Warcraft when that first dropped. Like, he wasn't going to his classes and stuff like that when he was in college. I think he got over it. I don't really know how. I wasn't really around at that point. He's kind of like an ex-stepbrother, if that makes sense. Although I don't think you ever become ex-step siblings. I looked it up. I've talked to multiple people who flunked out because of WoW. Yeah. Like, it was a epidemic of I mean, like, it kind of like put addictive games on the map, right? Like gaming addiction became like, oh wow, yeah, that's a real thing. Like, before that, it was just like, well, yeah, just, you know, get off the couch, get a job, get a girlfriend, you know, like pay some bills, and then it just goes away. But it's like, no, these people are truly addicted. They've given up on everything else. So it was the social aspect, in my opinion. Because, like, a game telling you to come back, it can be addicting. But if it's your only social, like, existence is this game, and they're all like, hey, we're raiding it this time, tomorrow, be there, or we're kicking you out of the guild, like, you're gonna be there, right? Not only because it's, you know, your friends or whatever, but because if you don't, they'll find someone else to do it. And you like doing it anyways. So all of a sudden, there's like a lot of pressure to like be there for the raid, right? Even if that means like not going to work or like missing a class, right? And the people on the other side, they might be, you know, your online friends, but they're not like your real world friends where they see they don't see the effects and the damage of the addiction. They're just seeing you enable their own addiction, which feels good to them. So, like, you know, it can become a spiral, I think. Or it became a spiral for a lot of people. They made fun addicting, but really it always was. Yeah. Like, I don't know, like, that never really totally appealed to me. I don't know why. I'm not sure if it's because I kind of grew up playing single player games. Like, even when I played Final Fantasy 11, I didn't make any friends. I didn't have a party. I was playing solo. And that's probably why I didn't continue playing for very long. My brother, on the other hand, had lots of friends. He ended up meeting them in the real world. I think at one point he was like living with one of them that he met online through this game. Like, they became real world friends. Or I think he rented a house to one of them or something, rented a room. I don't even know. I don't really know the ins and outs of his stories. But like, he made real friends. This was something he did from, I don't think he still plays, but he was playing in what, like 2015, 2016, he was still playing. Like, I remember visually seeing him playing around that time. And shit, he started back in like what, 2006 maybe, 2005, when it came out. You know. So that's like 20 years at least that he played this fucking game. That's a long time to play any game. Hell, I mean, that's a long time for a game to be alive, especially an online game. And I think eventually the official servers did close for that game, but they kept it alive. Like the community kept it alive, I believe, is what happened. I don't know, my brother could tell you all about it. But yeah, I think a friend slop RPG could work. Let's call it that. Like a, you know, 1 to 16 player RPG. Although 16 would be kind of hard. Like 1 to 4 would be a lot easier to manage. But what you could do is scale the battles up based on how many people are on the team, or even better, what level. Like if you add up all of the levels together, like the cumulative levels of the players result in the difficulty of the game. So that way if players drop out, then, you know, the next battle would be a little bit easier because the player dropped out. Gotta go to bed, have a good stream. Yeah, thanks so much for dropping in, J-Train. I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Hope you sleep well. Yeah, so I like RPGs, but like the thing with me is that I am not big on writing, and I kind of wish that I was more into writing. But it's difficult for me, and just not really that important to me when I'm playing games. Like, I understand that some players like rely on story and they need story, and that's like the reason why they play. But for me, it's like, like, it's nice that it's there, but I'm gonna skip most of it. And not because I'm a dick or something, I just don't have the patience and the time. And I'm actually a very patient person. I escaped the womb on Thursday. Interesting. Welcome in, Grimmerg. So does that make you freshly born, or the anniversary of your freshness was yesterday? I imagine you're not freshly born, because it would be hard to type if you were freshly out of the womb. But happy birthday. 30. Hey, there you go. Nice. Hey, you know what they say, 30 is the new 20. You're welcome. Thanks for dropping in. But you know what that means, right? The existential dread's gonna set in if it hasn't yet. But you know, there's nothing wrong with that. A little existential dread is actually good for you from time to time, I think. It helps you to like make decisions. Already experience it, you're gonna get drunk. Sometimes it's good to think about that stuff. But don't get too drunk. Planning on streaming. Oh, cool. What kind of stuff do you stream? Whatever feels right at the time. A lot of co-op games or FPS with friends. Oh, cool. Any games you you want to mention? I do quite a bit of co-op these days myself. Usually on Tuesdays, I do a collab with Indiana Crones, who has like a small community. And usually we get like 4 people together on Tuesdays and on Saturdays. And on Thursdays, we have like a larger community stream where we try to get everyone that we can in. We've been playing, for Thursdays, we've been playing, well, I guess we played Mecha Chameleon recently, but also before that we were playing Holdfast, which we also do on Tuesdays and Saturdays from time to time. Holdfast is a third and first person shooter. And I guess technically Mecha Chameleon has some shooter aspects as well. Though it's more of a hide and seek prop hunt. Yeah, that's my Discord server. Indiana Crones has its own Discord server, but you can get updates on when I'm streaming and stuff there. Also, that's where I promote. It's kind of like my my lobby of my studio, my digital storefront of my studio, kind of, if you will. Or more like a lobby than a storefront. It's got all the links to the storefronts, but I don't actually sell anything on there. But yeah, I do a lot of game dev stuff, but recently I've been playing more and more games with Indiana Crones and his little community. But yeah, we're always looking for more people to collab with on Thursdays. Hey, thanks for joining. Appreciate that. We've got a nice little community there. A lot of game devs, a few streamers, a few audio people. Nice, well-rounded community. Everyone's pretty chill. Hell yeah, but always looking to game and collab. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll definitely let you know as things come up and stuff. Like I said, Thursdays we do like a big community stream, and then on Tuesdays and Saturdays we've been doing like usually 4 people. Usually we've got 4 people. But yeah, you never know. Sometimes things get canceled or people drop out, or like tonight I'm just solo because the Indiana Crones canceled his stream. But yeah, I like having my solo stream nights too, because then it gives me a chance to be productive. Like this is a map for a dungeon crawler that I'm working on with a game designer named Johnny Manjuro, who's living in Japan. We worked on Pyrotoad together. Pyrotoad's a precision puzzle platformer. I've got a link for it. It's on itch and Steam. Recently we were in a bundle that did pretty well on itch, and we're actually gearing up for another bundle on itch for the summer sale. Also, it's going to be on sale for Steam's summer sale as well. So it's going to be 62 or 63% off. So I think it's going to be $296 or something like that in US currency. And then the bundle is going to be like 7 games for $15. Oh, but yeah, some pretty cool games in that bundle. But yeah, this game that I'm working on here is a 3D turn-based dungeon crawler for Game Boy Color, made with Game Boy Studio, or GB Studio. Download the demo right now. Cool. Yeah, let me know if you like it. I should warn you, it's not for everybody. It's very tough, but hey, that's what the demo's for, right? So you can get a taste of it, even if it's not something you'd normally play. But yeah, the demo is like the first 12 levels, I think, and there's 35 levels. Yeah, I mean, if I'm being totally honest, a lot of people are happy with just playing the demo, I think, because they either don't reach the end of it or the game isn't for them. And honestly, I can't blame them. It's a really tough game. But what happened here? I wasn't able to beat it myself. Like, I didn't do the level design, I just did the art and the music and the audio. I did most of the music and all of the sound effects. Johnny did the cutscenes, the audio, the background music for the cutscenes, and I did all the music for the levels and all of the art. We came up with the theme together. He did all of the level design and pretty much all of the GB Studio programming. I did a little bit of it in GB Studio when it came to the art assets and like making things animate and that kind of stuff, making the sound effects work. Oh, I keep hitting the wrong button here. But yeah, we had a blast making it, and we worked pretty well together as a team. So this will be our second game together. We're making this this dungeon crawler, and there is a link for it on itch. I actually don't have it on hand. Could pull it up though. Yeah, so if we go to Johnny Manjuro's itch page. This here, Amazion's 100 is what I'm working on right now. And there's a beta demo for Game Boy Color. So there's no web build up, but if you have a Game Boy Color emulator like Sane Boy or BGB or GameBat, it works like this. You're in a 3D maze and then you fight like this. And I'm redoing a lot of the art. I think we're gonna keep the theme girls. That's what he started with, and I kind of like the theme. But I'm gonna change quite a bit of the art and how things look. But the prototype is available to play for free. Yeah, we're gonna have 100 enemies and 8 levels, but the demo only has 30 enemies and 2 zones. Make a party of 3 heroes chosen from 10 classes, each with different stat growths and unique critical attacks: stun, poison, drain, confuse, and decapitate. So yeah, it still needs some polishing and, you know, some stuff that Johnny's still working on, and obviously the art that I'm still working on. But yeah, Johnny also makes NES games. We've got Kerr Manor, Drow Tactics, Palooza Saga, and Rooms, which I believe this one is very similar to the Pyrotoad prototype, I think. Pyrotoad actually started in the NES, and then Johnny decided to move it to Game Boy Color. And that's when he met me. I was actually playing Palooza Saga on my stream because it's just a great game. And I think I linked his publisher in the tweet that I put out, and he dropped in, and we've been friends ever since. But yeah, right now I'm working on the maps. Here's the map for the previous level. I'm stealing the tiles from here, and yep. Looking dope. Thank you. I appreciate it. Are you a pixel art enthusiast by chance? Or just a indie enthusiast in general? Personally, I'm a big fan of pixel art, but I did go to school for 3D modeling and animation. A casual. Right on, right on. Yeah, I graduated in 2009, so I've been making game art for quite some time now. Old school gamer, but nostalgia reigns king. There you go, nice. Yeah, I love retro games. 2013. Is that when you graduated or when you started streaming? I'm not sure what you mean with 2013. But yeah, I graduated in 2009. Graduation class? Okay. Is that college or high school? I'll assume it's college. Oh, high school. Okay. I'm way off. Yeah, you're only 30. But yeah, I'm 40 right now. I'll be 41 next month. But yeah, I went to school for 3D modeling and animation, 4 years at an art school, and worked my ass off for that. And graduated during a recession, so I did not get work right off the bat. But that led me to start making my own games. Because at first I thought I was just going to make art for games and let someone else program it, which I still do. Like in this case right now, I'm just making the art for a game that's already been programmed. But yeah, commonly I will make games solo. I'm actually a big fan of solo development. I love it. It's kind of fun to just make the art or the audio, or just do some of the things, work with a team. Or even I managed a team at one point, which was pretty cool. But there's something about doing it all yourself that has always kind of been thrilling for me once I learned how to do it. Probably because it took me a good 10 years to figure out how to do it. Rewarding, yeah. I mean, rewarding in ways, right? It's not always the most lucrative thing to do with your time, but it sure is fun. And it's like one of those things. It's like, if you know, like some people will be like, oh, you're a game developer, that's so cool, and other people are like, you do what? And it's like, oh, okay, it's a little bit of a litmus test when you tell someone what you do. But a lot of people are excited for it. They're like, oh, you get to make games for your living? Like, that's what you do? Like, you don't do anything else? Like, that's so cool, But yeah, it's also not the world's like funnest way to live, the most fun way to live. I mean, it's fun, but man, it's stressful, it's a lot of work, it's time consuming, it doesn't always pay. I'm gonna pull up the old art here. What do we got? This one? This one doesn't really have what I'm looking for either. Here we go. I'm a laborer, so I get it. Yeah, I mean, I used to do all types of weird jobs. Because, like I said, right out of school, there was not a whole lot of game dev jobs. So I delivered a lot of pizzas. Oh, there's an ad starting in about 3 minutes. I delivered a lot of pizzas. I did apartment maintenance for a little bit. I worked at a couple different call centers for a bit. I did some food jobs, like restaurants, like line cook stuff. I actually worked at Yellowstone National Park as a dishwasher and pantry prep at the Old Faithful Inn, which is actually one of the most frequented restaurants in the country during its on season. Yeah, and I was a picture framer for a few years. I was actually really good at picture framing, but I got fired. My boss, so I had all of this paid time off built up, and I was like, hey, I gotta use this paid time off. I've got like way too much of it to like not use it. And he's like, how much do you want to use? I was like, as much as I can. I got like fucking a month's worth here, over a month's worth or something. And he's like, oh, hold on, let me talk to the owner. And he came back and was like firing me. And then he like tried to make up that it was for insubordination that he was firing me. Like, what? he thought I had another job. Johnny Manjiro, thanks for working on this. Hey, how you doing? I clean and repair pools at the moment. Garbage, yeah. Well, that's cool. Like in-ground pools, that could be pretty lucrative, right? But yeah, welcome in, Johnny. Hope you're doing well. Well, I know pools are expensive. I don't know how much actually goes to the labor. Hourly, but it always has a job that needs to be done. Well, there you go. Just about to start work, but I'll lurk when I have a chance. Yeah, no problem. Always appreciate you dropping in. Hope you have a great day at work. Hope you have a lovely morning. Hope the weather's great. All that. And there's the ad. But yeah, I've been chipping away at these maps. This is map 7. I think there's only 8, right? So been getting them out. We got what, 5 and 4 and 6. The Animal Game Bundle starts in like half a day. Hope it's successful. Cool, cool. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think it'll be alright. Right? I mean, how bad could it be? I mean, it's $15. So it's a little bit more expensive than the last one. But fewer games. Well, I mean per game. A little bit more expensive per game than the last one. But there's fewer games, so I don't know. There has to be that kind of trade-off, right? But also that means that if we get sales, we'll make more money off of those sales. Because I think it's 20% this time instead of it being whatever it was. I think it was 4% for the game, and then 2% for each of us, right? I don't know. I kind of forget. But yeah, I hope it does well. I think it'll do good. You know, it's better than, I think it'll be better than nothing, that's for sure. And also, we're gonna have a sale during that also like at the same time. So if people aren't interested in the rest of the games, we still might get game sales from just people seeing that we've got it on sale. Good night, Bug. Got work in a few hours. All right. Yep. Take care, Grimmer. Thanks for dropping in. I appreciate you being here. Welcome to the Discord, and we'll talk soon. But have a great night. It's cool that it covers different platforms. Most definitely. Hell yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for the other games. Like, I know Kara Kara Cowboy. I played the demo of that one. That other Frog game I've seen around a lot, so it's cool that we have shared fans. Like, it's always good to see players like recognize multiple games within that kind of space, right? Frog games are kind of a thing. And you end up with people like looking for Frog games, Frog streamers even. Frogs are definitely overrepresented in it. Yeah, I mean, when we started working on it, I kind of knew that frogs were a popular choice for animal protagonists. But I like frogs, so I don't really see a problem with that. And like, the more frog games there are out there kind of draws more attention to frogs being like a thing, right? And the more attention there is on frogs being a thing, you end up with more people looking for frog stuff, looking for frog games. There is like a frog Discord, or two. I think there's like 2 frog Discords. There's like frog streamers, like I said, that like, you know, like furries, but for frogs. People that take frogs seriously. So, you know, why not? I mean, I was a big fan of Frogger as far as like retro games go. I even had the PlayStation game, the 3D one. Wasn't my favorite or anything, but I really enjoyed the 5200 version. Had a lot of fun with that one. The 2600 one wasn't amazing. It wasn't terrible either, though. Like, it could have been a lot worse. You know, let's just use this tile. I'm not sure if I ever actually played the arcade version, though. No, I'm sure I have. Wait, that's not the one we want either. Let's fix this. This tile goes here. This one's not right. Let's take this one and rotate it and put that one there. Alright, I think this one's ready for the color change. And let's get the edge of the map. Alright, map 7 is done. Go ahead and save that. Alright, let's get zone 8 out. That's not where it's at. I guess we'll just say agree. That's interesting, because I only clicked on the one. It only loaded the one. That's what I wanted. All right, so now we'll take the little bits and put them in this one. Oops. Gotta get some water here. Much better. Oops, what did I just do? There we go. Uh. There we go. My fingers betrayed me for a second. Been doing that a lot lately. Yeah, so I don't know if I mentioned this before, but someone found, I think I did mention it, but someone found a bug on VTubers Please. And it's not a great bug, and I don't know how to fix it. I haven't really looked at it, but off the top of my head, it sounds like it could be an engine bug, which engine bugs are notorious for not being able to be fixed. Usually the way to fix it is by reverting to an older version of the engine, but it seems like a bug that should get fixed. Also, there's a newer version of the engine, so maybe they fixed it. So maybe I just need to upgrade to the newest version to fix the bug. I don't know. Anyways, it's a save and load bug. And I don't think there's anything in the code that I did wrong. I'll have to take another look to be sure. I can't rule that out completely because anything's possible with me. But as far as I know, it just saves the variables and then checks the variables. And it only happens after you saved it and loaded it. Like, if you save it and load it without turning the game off, then it doesn't happen. But if you turn the game off and come back to it, it does happen. So, I don't know. Maybe there's a variable that is fucking it up, but I feel like it's, I don't know. Like I said, I can't rule anything out, but there's a possibility that it might be something going wrong within the engine. But yeah, like I said, I'm definitely going to take a look and dig into it, because it would not surprise me too much if it was my own error. These things happen in game dev. Also, I made the saving load stuff during the game jam and didn't go back to it afterwards, so there's a good possibility that I overlooked something. And then we completely neglected testing it, apparently. Either that or... because I swear I tested it. I mean, I wouldn't have just like willy-nilly thrown it in without testing it at all. But maybe I either didn't notice that it didn't work, or it stopped working when we updated it. Seago Games, thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. Really appreciate those bits, and you're always welcome here, and it's always great to see you here, and lurking is awesome, so enjoy your lurk. I like the soundtrack to this game. I know I made it, but I enjoy it. And I probably say that every time this comes on. I just enjoy it so much. It reminds me of Black Sabbath. But not in like this is the Black Sabbath lick. It's just like, this is like almost something that, like a B-side that they would make or something. Or maybe even an A side, I don't know. I don't know, it's not super hooky or anything like that, but it's enjoyable. What happened here? I'm gonna need that special tile. One of these. No, that doesn't really work. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but that's okay. There we go. That works. Had to make a new tile, but that's okay. Got a whole bunch to spare. Alright, let's finish these interior tiles here. Alright, that takes care of the interiors. Well, for the most part, we still got these weird corner pieces to deal with. This one's weird too. We're gonna need this tile. I think we got all the weird corners. Or at least started. Now we just need to finish them. This one's weird. I don't know what happened here. I guess they're all like that? They like that on this one too? Oh, they are. How about on this one? Yeah, they're like that on that one too. They're not like that on this one though. It's this middle piece. Well, this one poses an issue. Guess it looks better like that. Now there's a double there. Is I don't know, it's not the end of the world. Well, there's no sense really freaking out about it. Doesn't look great. But it doesn't look terrible either. I'll just leave those ones. I'm not too worried about it. All right. Yeah, I'm kind of locking in here. Might take a short break after I finish this map, and then we can jump into Doom WAD editing. Hey Westlow, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. What you been up to? Everyone check out Westlow. Awesome streamer, artist, game dev. Doing good? Good to hear it. Just playing some raid trains and just made a new game last week. Very cool. What's the game about? I imagine it's Godot again. But that's exciting. Hope it was a good experience for you. Godot, driving and finding audio logs. Oh, cool. Is it 2D or 3D? Pixel 2D. Ah, okay, okay. The premise, the way you said it, kind of reminds me of this game that came out quite a while ago now, like over 10 years ago, called Glitch Hikers. It was a 3D driving game where randomly these ghost hitchhikers would just appear in your car and start talking to you about like these really quite esoteric and existential concepts, and that was the whole point of the game. And you couldn't even really do a whole lot of driving. It was basically a walking simulator, but you were just in a car and it would go on a pretty big loop, and you could change lanes, but you couldn't actually like steer the car. You could just change lanes, and I think you control the speed, and just randomly sometimes a hitchhiker would appear and start talking. Pretty cool game. Actually, it did pretty well. I remember watching a GDC talk they did. It was an interesting GDC talk too. It was about what's divining. It was like divining in game dev, which is an interesting concept. I've always found divining to be interesting. Like, I never believed it, but I like learning it. I even like messing with it. Like, the last few years I've been playing with the I Ching, which is like, I forget what they call it, like the book of questions or the book of answers. I can't remember, but it's like it's a divining device. It's you toss a coin like 6 times, and depending you toss 3 coins 6 times, and depending on how they fall, you make 4 different lines, because there's like 4 different combinations you could have, and then you stack those lines, those 6 lines, and then those 6 lines correspond to something that was written in this really, really, really old book. And it's pretty interesting. There's like I think there's 64. No, is there more than that? There's a lot of different combinations, and each of these different combinations has like two variations within the combination based on if it was like more heads or more tails kind of thing. It's really quite interesting if you're into divining, because it's like one of the oldest, most used divining methods, and it's like universal. You could use it for anything. You could use it for game dev, you could use it for finances, you could use it for like romance, you could use it for anything. You just ask it a question, like completely, it doesn't have to be yes or no. It could be open-ended question, like what should I be doing with my life? And you just toss these 3 coins 6 times, writing down the results in the coded method. And then you look up what the book has to say about your specific coin tosses. And I can't say that it's like scarily accurate or anything like that, but it's much like a horoscope in that it's generic enough and open-ended enough to be useful regardless of if it fits your unique point of view. But the way most divining works, or at least that type of divining works, is that you kind of like fill in the gaps with your own brain, and it kind of relies on that. And it's fun. It does it in a healthy way. It's a lot more healthy than divining entrails, I think. At least, depending on where you get the entrails and how they feel about having their entrails gutted. That can't be healthy. But there's always like a positive message in this book, even when it's like a unfortuitous event. It's like, but you could do this to prevent it, or like you should be doing this because this, like it's never like, oh, you're fucked. Right? It's very like fortune cookie-esque. In fact, I think fortune cookies kind of came from like someone was like, we should turn that into a marketing thing, and I'm pretty sure that's where fortune cookies kind of came from, because it's pretty similar in a fun way. Oh, that's not what we need. What do we need? We need do we not have that one? This one, right? Here we are. But yeah, the idea of divining through game dev, I thought was a very interesting concept for a GDC talk. And then I was like, holy shit, I played that game. I know the game that dev made, which is really weird because when I first found Itch, this was back in 2013 or 2014, I found Itch. I think it was early 2014, late 2013. I had the internet for the first time in a while, and it was quick enough to download stuff, and I was like, shit, I want to play some games. And then I was like, wait a second, there's a fuck ton of free games on Itch. What is this? And then I was like, oh shit, these are all pretty much all independent games. These are all just like solo devs for the most part. I mean, at the time it was very much solo devs, but now it's become more of a game jam place, which is cool too. Like there ain't nothing wrong with game jams. But yeah, there was a lot more solo games back then. It was like almost every game you could just assume was made by one person back then, which wasn't always the case, but it was often the case. So yeah, I was very much inspired by all of these free games on itch. I was like, one day I could put my game on itch for free. And I was like, if only I was cool enough, because I was still pretty much I was a noob. I was 100% a noob. I was making stuff, but I wasn't showing anyone. I was terrified to show even my friends. And honestly, that was kind of a huge setback for me. I wish I would have started showing people right away, because you learn so much once you start showing people. Like, if you don't show people, you're actively hurting yourself, basically. But yeah, it's tough to show people when you're not quite ready, because you know you're going to get negative feedback, and negative feedback is important. It definitely is. Like, not only does it help you to make the game better, but it helps you to respond to feedback better. I don't even know what I'm looking for. Something like this, but smaller. Yes, like this. Why is this a different version of Aseprite? I think it needs to be like that, and then like that. Actually, I think I need that other piece. This one. Yeah, like that. And then this piece. Like that. Getting there. Just this part left. Oh, this is the quiet song. So GB Studio recently made it so you can export the music as waves, and I am ecstatic for that, because I used to have to record it. I used Audacity to record the computer as it was playing the sound, and then I had to like do the mixing and mastering from there. But with this, I would just export it, not having to record it, so I don't have to like make it a loop or whatever, although I would have to do that to make it fade out. But anyways, I'm excited for it. It's easier than recording it, that's for sure. Every once in a while, I get like a Discord message while I'm like in the middle of recording my computer, and like I'd have to start over. I don't think that's what we want. What do we want here? We want this. like that. Oops. I think this is what we need. We're like done. Wait, what? Real weird. Oh, because the gray is the exact same gray as the background. Also, that's really weird. Why is it like that? I almost always change that right away. See, there's some gray missing in there. We'll take care of that nonsense. Oops. Oh, that's why the background was white. Because the color was... Yeah, okay. Alright, Zone 8 looks done. I think. Oh, did I miss something? I missed some pixels. Should probably double check. I think we're good, but I did miss those pixels. Oh, you know what I didn't do is these little end pieces. That's important for consistency. Oops. And I think this is the end of the game. Although there's like a second boss over there, so that's interesting. It's weird that it's at the beginning. Alright, so we'll save this as... we'll put it into the folder with the rest of them. Give it the same suffix. And the correct format. Alright. So now we've got all the maps. Might as well export them. Although we'll probably make changes to them, but that's okay. I think we already exported all these, but maybe not, because it's not asking me to replace them. Let's take a look. We've got 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where's 3? Oh wow, that one never got the color change. Did we even finish this one? It makes me wonder. Though we probably did. I'm just gonna double check for those missing pixels. These look a little funny, but just because the pixels are missing. Maybe fill this in. There we go. Alright. We're going to save that and then export it. Alright, so now we've got one, I don't know why there's 2 2s. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 all exported. Yeah. I think zone 1 has skulls and a heart. So yeah. Those are actually going to be sprites, I think. Actually, the skull might be on the map. I don't know. I'll have to chat with Johnny about the icons on the map to figure out exactly which ones are sprites, which ones are built into the map. I'm sorry, I was thinking about how there's no corner edges on the first map. Alright. And probably get rid of... So I imagine the heart is supposed to be there because it was embedded in the first map. Anyways, I think it's time to take a little break. Maybe get a little food and come back and we'll do some Doom modding. My Doom mod here. All right. That's what we're gonna do. I'll see you in a bit. Thanks for hanging out. Oop, wrong one. There we go. Infinite with the raid. Welcome in, everyone.
Hadouken!
Hadouken. Thank you so much for the raid. I was just taking a little break. I've actually got a little bit of food in the microwave, but I'm gonna eat it on stream once it's done here. But yeah, I was just taking a little break. We just finished doing some pixel art for Johnny Mangiaro's game. What were you up to? Well, I know what you're up to. You're playing Crosscode. I was watching. How you doing? I'm doing great. How are you doing? How you doing? How was the rest of the Crosscode stream? I remembered watching your stream where I left off. I think I just made it to Rhombus Square. And then I was like, alright, well, I did the tutorial. Now I can come back to this game some other time. And I just never went back to it. Not that I didn't like it. I did like it. But I think because it's an RPG, it kind of like scares me a little bit, because it's like I know that that's like a big thing. I almost kind of want to do it on stream even, but it's like that's a big undertaking. I know it's got to be a decent sized game. When Gray eventually got a bit tired of all the info tutorial stuff though, and just decided to go hacking away at stuff. Right on. Yeah, there is. I remember there was a bit of tutorial stuff. I think I got most of it out of the way when I was playing. Anyways, my microwave is beeping, so I'm gonna go grab my food and then I'll be right back. But thank you again so much for the raid. If you need to raid and run, I totally understand. But yeah, I am gonna be right back. Just 1 second. All right, I've returned with my food. Let's get rid of the BRB screen here. There we go. So we're in Doom Builder, Ultimate Doom Builder, which is pretty cool. I've been chipping away at a custom Doom mod just for fun. I've always enjoyed Doom. When I was in high school, I started learning how to mod it, and I just never finished anything. Just, you know, there was a lot of things I didn't learn. I wasn't very good at it, and I mostly just like played other people's mods and like fucked around in this little Doom Builder thing. Before it was Ultimate, it was just Doom Builder, and it's quite a bit more Ultimate now. And source ports didn't really exist back then. I'm not sure when Z-Doom came out, but now we've got GZ Doom, or Cheesy Doom if you say it really fast, and it can do a lot. But yeah, like I said, if you need to raid and run, I totally understand. I really appreciate the raid. Everyone, I'm Rick. If you don't know me, I do game dev stuff a lot of the time. I also play games a lot with Indiana Crones and the community over there, and yeah, I do some random shit, pixel art, game dev shit, Unity shit sometimes, pretty rarely these days. I've been doing a lot of GB Studio stuff recently, and even more recently, Doom mods. Yep, I do that too. I leave the people in good hands though. Yeah. No, I totally get it. It's probably pretty late there. I'm not sure what time zone you're in, but it's late here. It's 1 a.m. But yeah, it's about my dinner time. So I'm gonna be munching on this awesome rice I made earlier. It's got onions, serranos, Lots and lots of garlic, like 6 or 7 cloves of garlic in there. Chicken sausage, spinach and feta chicken sausage. There's 2 boiled eggs. Lots of salt and pepper. I think that's it. I was kind of out of stuff. I was just kind of like adding whatever I had. Onions, garlic, and pepper, sausage. I felt like I needed more protein, so I cooked those eggs. But it's pretty tasty. There's like 4 serranos in it. So it's got some spice to it. You also told you should add... I'm also told you should add dragons to my rice? Or to the Doom mod? Or to everything? So real quick, while I'm eating, I'll show you what I've been working on here. So first, I don't know how well you can see it, but the little face at the bottom, I changed it so it's like a wizard with green skin. And this is a completely custom map here. I made all of the map stuff. I didn't change the enemies or the textures yet, but I do plan to. But yeah, I've been learning how to do scripting in the engine to do like doors and that kind of effects and stuff like that. Oh, that guy almost got me. Probably to everything. There you go. I wonder if dragons would be spicy. Have like a natural spice to them. Probably tastes like barbecue. Oof. I might not live. Oof. Oh, they got me. There was only one left. I was distracted by my food. It was on my lap and it was kind of burning me. So I kind of memorized it because I put it together. Oh, I'm gonna die. And it took me so long. If that guy knocks you into the chainsaw, it kind of fucks you up. I do kind of forget that those guys started off. Oh shit. Did you see what happened there? I didn't even have to kill that guy. Stop shooting me, I've only got 9 health. Alright. 34 health, here we go. Oh, he got me. Saw that coming. So yeah, it's not an easy level by any means, but I've been making it in like hard mode. So this is the other way. So there's all these pillars, right? But if they shoot at it, they lower. And there's all these oh shit. That guy just punched me twice. There's all these stealth pinkies around. I'm gonna grab this health because I just got my ass kicked. But this is the chainsaw. I feel like there's more. Can never count. Oh, yep, there is more. Right, I think they're gone now. Gotta get the rocket launchers. Oh shit, and try not to die. Oh shit, there was more. That nearly... Oh, it did kill me. So that room's much harder than the chain gunner room. But we'll try it again. Seago, welcome back. How was your lurk? The butterfly turned out great, by the way. Thing is, still lurking, but I saw Sonic despawn. Ah, yeah. You ever notice that Sonic doesn't move for some reason? Oh, he's moving now. Sometimes he like stops moving, I noticed. So there's a couple safe spots. If you're up against this wall, it's pretty safe, but if you're in these corners, it's even safer. I can't tell if there's any more or not. Oh, and if you go too far, it raises up, and then you're not safe anymore because they'll fucking punch you. Hey, thanks so much for the resub, Seago. That's super kind of you. Oh shit, I got smoked. So if the rockets go over the pillars, it lowers them also. So as the battle progresses, less pillars are defending you. Oh shit. That fucking kicked my ass. Hey, halfway to the sub goal. Yeah, 5 months. I really appreciate that. So this time I'm gonna skip past that room, because it is pretty tough. And I'm gonna give myself better guns. You know what? Let's see what the chainsaw does. So I lost about 100 health there. Gonna not want the chainsaw for this. Alright, so I killed the bad guys. Now I haven't actually made this door open yet. So I have to walk through the wall. But yeah, I made this room. Well, I started this room. You can see that the sewers aren't finished yet and that wall looks funky. And the floor doesn't actually hurt you yet. Now, this floor is supposed to move you, but it doesn't. I hadn't tested it yet. This is the first I played with lighting at all. That's why it looks so not granular. But yeah, the idea is that these things are going to start under, and then when you get to here, that one will pop up, and then you go to it, and then a gate is going to open there, and it's supposed to push the enemies out. And then eventually that's going to pop up, and then enemies, either more will come out of there and come out of there, or what. I'm not really sure exactly how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to have enemies come out of the pipes while the floor tiles open up, and probably do something on the other side too. And then also I kind of wanted to have this area up here be like a monster closet as well, and have like some flying demons attack you, and same with that, maybe. But yeah, basically I'm using this to learn 3D walls. Which are kind of a pain in the ass. But that's what I've got. I really want to get back into the art making. I also want to finish that room. So, if we go to this folder, this is all of the Doom 2 graphics. So, in order to make it like my own game, I need to replace every single one of these art assets and all of the audio, which is no small task. But what's cool about that is that if I replace all of the assets, I can reuse them to make more mods, only changing assets when I need to. Kind of like Doom 1 and Doom 2, right? Where they added a couple enemies and they added some textures, but for the most part, it was all the same stuff, the same engine. I mean, this texture wasn't in Doom 1, obviously. Or was it? Now I can't remember. Was that the end of Doom 1 or Doom 2? I haven't played through Doom 2 in a long time. Actually, I haven't played through either of them in a long time. I've been playing a lot of modded stuff. But yeah, I have the game on Switch, and that lets you play the modded games too. I've been playing Sigil and Sigil 2. But yeah, look how many vial sprites there are. Because for each frame of animation, you need a rotation for it. So like this and this. Well, I guess it looks like there's two of them here. Why is there two vial ones? Well, I guess these ones are more red. But yeah, I remade all of the faces. You would think that would take like a long time. It actually did take me like a day. If we take a step back and go to the edits, you can see all of the faces that I made. But like the chainsaw is only 4 frames. Sorry, I'm still munching here. So yeah, if we bust out Clip Studio Paint, you can see what I was working on before stream. Just kind of sketching out a concept over this T-pose I found online. And then if we open up Blender, you can see I adjusted the pose a bit, but I made a humanoid based off of the reference image. So the plan is to model the characters in 3D or in Blender. That way I can just rotate them and render them rather than having to draw each rotation. However, because I would like to make the artwork for Vanilla Doom, I do have to manually give it the right palette, which will be difficult. In fact, I might do a GZ Doom version and a Vanilla Doom version, because I would honestly love to get into making Vanilla Doom mods, mostly so I can play them on my Miu Mini, but also like I'm intrigued with everything you can do with GZ Doom. And I think it would be cool to make a Steam game, like a boomer shooter, using GZ Doom. There's a way you can do it. I think if you edit the engine, you have to it has to be downloadable, but you can sell it, so it doesn't have to be free. So if you make a non-free game using GZ Doom, if you've edited the engine, you just have to include the source files with the game as part of purchase. I'll have to really look into that, because I'm just going off what I read online. But I'm not sure if that means if you made your own assets, or if you actually edited the engine itself, because I don't really plan on editing the engine. Yeah, but I'd love to have a standalone game that uses the Doom engine. It's just like a personal thing. I love Doom. When I was a kid, it was like the first game that scared me. And I was like, I don't know, I was never like really, really into horror, but I was always kind of into horror. And I was always really into gory art. I'm not sure if I was into gory art before Doom, but Doom definitely solidified it. When I was really young, like, I was either drawing Disney characters, like The Lion King. Got really into The Lion King. What was that, like 95? But I was also around that same time drawing like magic cards. I was like redrawing magic cards, trying to draw my own magic cards, and drawing Pogs. I was trying to draw my own Pog designs in MS Paint. And like a lot of like grotesque horror shit. A lot of horror shit. Lord Ray Earth, welcome in. My science teacher asked if protons have mass. I didn't even know they were Catholic. It's a pretty good one. Might have to add that to the list. Why did the programmer get stuck in the shower? Because the instructions said lather, rinse, repeat. He's stuck in a non-terminating loop. Sorry, I'm still eating here. So I kind of want to make this guy, this robed dude. And I gave him a red face. I'm not too worried about the colors because, like I said, Vanilla Doom requires a certain palette, so I might have to compromise on that. I'm thinking like a dark purple with like gold accents, red face. Probably give him some horns. Or maybe the shotgun guy will have horns. Okay, I've finished my my rice. I'm just gonna throw this on my other monitor. I'll probably add more details to the face. As you can see, it's still pretty low poly. Kind of medium poly, but still pretty low poly for a face. Well, I guess, I don't know. It depends on which low poly you're talking about. I always think of low poly as like PSX or like Quake. But most people today think of low poly as just like a style and not like they don't actually count the polygons. But yeah, let's give him some clothes. I'm not really sure the best way to do this. Probably using cloth modifier. Could probably just use the plane. Since it's going to be a rendering, we don't really have to worry about the other side showing or anything like that. Probably use a series of planes. The easiest would probably be the cloak. Well, actually, no, that would be more difficult. The easiest would probably be the hood. But I kind of want to start with the cloak. So what we'll do is we'll subdivide it quite a few times here. It's not bad to start. And then we're going to take the middle out. Probably like that. And we'll just cut the faces out. Probably gonna need it to be quite a bit bigger. We'll just take all of this and bring it in, move it up, bring it in. Something like that. We want it to like kind of hit the flourish almost, like just be above his ankles. So yeah, I'm not sure if this is gonna work right away. I don't think I've ever done this in Blender before, but I have this book of well, I guess I don't have the book anymore. I have a book on texturing still. I don't know what happened to my modeling book. Probably got thrown away. Yeah, my dad threw away a lot of my books. But in one of the books, it showed me how to use a cloth simulation to create clothes. And I don't even know how to use a cloth simulation in oh, there it is. The physics tab, is that this one? This one? So if we... Cool. Alright, so that means we need this one to be a collision object. And this one is a cloth object. Bam! Look at that, we've got the beginnings of a thing. So what we can do now is just apply that. And now these vertices will stay there regardless of that. We don't want them to be overlapping like that. But it's not bad. The fact that it's not completely symmetrical is totally fine, because clothes never actually falls on you completely symmetrical. We do want it to come down a little bit lower though. So I'm going to take all of these bottom vertices. Oops. There we go. And we're gonna turn that back on and just stretch them down a bit. Cool. Alright, so these back ones, we need more geometry here. We might as well go all the way up to here. Although, we probably want to start as low as possible. Actually, let's just keep it like this for now. You know what? Yeah, no, we do need more. Go back. Can we go back? Alright. Because this is just tighter of a grid than this. We'll go there. And we'll just subdivide it once. And now it's a little bit closer. Because what we're going to do is we're going to stitch these together. We do want the sleeves to hang down to about here. So I'm just going to like cut 3 maybe. And if we go to the other side, we probably want to cut 6 because they're quite a bit more narrow. So yeah, we're just going to cut those faces, and now we've got that. So yeah, this is gonna be a little bit weird down there. We'll probably have to do some stuff to get that to work. Honestly, we could just remove half of these. It's gonna go a lot easier. Might as well remove these too. Oops. I don't know if there's a quicker way to do this. Probably. Oops. Dissolve edges. There we go. So yeah, there's a little bit of geometry mismatch at the bottom, but I'll worry about that later. What we're gonna do now is bridge these. So we've got that. I don't know, I don't use bridging a lot, so I'm not sure if this is gonna work. Do we gotta be in face mode to do that? No. Bridge. There we go. That worked just how I wanted it. And like that. Alright, so now that we've got that, let's give those more geometry. Or can we just like loop cut it? There we go. Alright, so then we want this to be bridged and this to be bridged. And honestly, we could probably just get rid of all of this and do the same. I think that would be the easiest way to do that. And then we can control the geometry just how we need it. Alright, so we've got that. Get rid of those faces. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4. So, and you can see it doesn't hang down as low, so we can easily just give it some more faces. Oops. And actually, before we do that, I'm going to get rid of these extra lines. Oops. Oh, we need to dissolve them. That's what I was like. Why is that? I was cutting them, not dissolving. Alright, so now we've got that. We'll just copy these lines. First of all, let's straighten them out a bit. And then we'll extrude. It's hanging a little funny. That's okay. Alright, now we've got our robe. Alright. Well, let's see what happens when we put the cloth simulator on it now. Well, it's not perfect. Alright, so what we want to do is treat these vertices. Well, first of all, we can. Oops. What am I doing here? What happened? Let's just get rid of this. We'll apply it, and then we're going to shrink it around the armpits. Oh, those aren't connected. Interesting. Well, they are connected. They're just intersecting. So we probably only need the armpit holes to be about that big. We do need them to be on the arm. Well, let's see what happens when we put the cloth on it now. So it's a little bit closer. The armpits obviously need to be closer to the armpits. Oops. Not sure if this is gonna work. I think we need this like that, but only on the Y. Alright, let's try it now. Oh. It's looking better. Izanari, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? What were you up to? What were you working on? Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Hope everyone is doing well. We are actually making a Doom mod. This is going to be a character for Doom. It's a long ways off, but it's a start. I'm making this guy, basically. This is my little concept art. I use this as a reference. Although I didn't like how the legs were in the A shape. So I adjusted it to be more T-pose. Whoa! Hey Rick, hey Isa, how you doing? Or Isa? I said Isa. It's Isa, right? Anyways, we're just kind of fucking with the cloth modifier. And right now I think it's too stiff. So if we go to the physics, we can give it more quality steps, give it less tension. Let's give it a lot less tension. And more bending. Let's see what that does. I think it needs more geometry at this point. So let's just subdivide all of it a couple times. Because this isn't going to be like a 3D game. It's going to be pre-rendered into pixel art, essentially. Alright, so that's definitely looking more cloth-like. If we make the edges smooth, it's gonna look a lot better. Or the face is smooth, rather. He disrobed. No worries. Yeah, Isa. Okay, yeah. Whoa, that cloth sim thing is so cool. I started Raid and Run, but I went an hour over stream, so I really gotta catch some Z's. Looking forward to seeing the progress on this, though. Yeah, thanks so much again. I really appreciate it. Hope you sleep well. And no worries, I Raid and Run all the time. Sometimes you gotta do it. After a long stream, it makes sense. So yeah, we could probably tighten up the sleeves a little bit. Like, it looks cool that I'm hanging down like that, but it's hanging down a little too much. So we'll go back on our subdivide. And we'll just tighten up this one as well. It's weird that the one went all the way around and the other didn't. Alright, let's go into vertice mode and make things look a little bit more realistic here. Cause we got some weird shapes going here. Like look at this vertice. What is this doing over here? All the way the fuck over there. I don't care that there's some like tangling going on because it's cloth and it's just going to be a pre-render. But I'm going to try to clean this up a little bit here. And also I don't care about symmetry because it's closed. Doesn't have to be 100% symmetrical. Excuse me, the vertice count is symmetrical. And the verts kind of act like seams in this situation. So it's like using the same number of threads on the seam. So that mostly takes care of the tangling that was going on there. He's got these like holes in his armpit. It's actually not a bad design. Like that way you like cool your armpits a bit. You get like a little bit more of a breeze going in there. But it might add some weirdness when we do the physics, so should probably close these up. Probably a faster way to do this. Alright, and then this stuff is still weird. This is gonna need more geometry, but we'll do the same stuff we did over here first. So again, like, what is this vertice doing all the way the hell over there? It's a little bit more realistic. We still got the armpit issue. Actually, it looks like these ones are sealed. Huh. Well, that's real weird. This one's actually a lot more manageable than the other for some reason. I don't know how that happened. Could be because of that. But anyways, this one's got the extra geometry now then. Not really too worried about it. It's hidden in the armpit. It's like the one place you can hide things. We can kill these puffy shoulders. Or at least tone them down a bit. Alright. Let's give it more geometry, but like where we need it. Right, we've got all of these weird shapes going here. Let's first let's debox this. So an easy way to debox something is to just bring it into sculpting mode, and I don't know why it's not letting us do that. It's probably because it has a modifier. And we could use symmetry, but the model's not symmetrical, so it wouldn't be symmetrical anyways. But yeah, we're just basically tightening up the squareness of it, so that way the like the elastic memory of this thing won't be so damn square. It's already starting to look more cloth-like. So yeah, using the sculpting on low poly is kind of a difficult thing to do. What is going on here? What happened there? This one never got connected. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna merge these vertices at the last one. And that will fix that. We'll go back into sculpt mode and just fix that. Now the smart thing to do would be to make it two different pieces of cloth and then hide it with the belt so it looks like one piece but falls as two pieces. That would probably be the easiest way to do it. But we haven't even modeled the belt yet. And there's not enough geometry on this yet. Also, this stuff looks way weird. So let's fix this first. So we're still in sculpting mode. Let's go into modeling mode. Not that it really makes a huge difference, but we're gonna line this stuff up better so it's not so weird. And now we can really see where the geometry is missing, right? So we can just do like a loop cut. And it looks funny because we're looking at the back, but so that's one of the benefits of working with quads, is that you can easily do loop cuts on it. Let's fix this a bit in sculpt mode because it's all weird. And it's because the other one has more vertices in the armpit. We probably should just merge those vertices rather than make it the little armpit thing. In fact, it's not too late to do that. If we go into this mode, we can just do what we did before and merge the vertices at the last. There. It looks a little bit more the same, but clearly this vertice should be like that more. This one, yeah. So it's pretty close to being symmetrical. I kind of want this sleeve to be, the ends to be more symmetrical though. Alright, let's take a look at it with another subdivision. Actually, what we could do, instead of giving it subdivisions, we could just give it a subdivision subsurface, and then give it the cloth modifier. I think that works. Alright, and then let's shade it smooth. That's actually looking quite cloth-like. I'm pretty happy with that, actually. Let's go ahead and apply the cloth. Wait, where did it go? It doesn't like that. Honestly, it looks pretty good without the subsurface modifier. But we do want the road to be closed. We don't want him like exposing himself, right? My fingers are betraying me again. Wait, this is not Pixelite. It isn't. I've switched gears. We're making a Doom mod now. So I'm gonna make the character in 3D, make animations for it, and then rotate it, render it, and then turn it into pixel art for a Doom mod. We're making a Doom mod. So I made this level. Well, it's not done yet, but it will be. And if we here's the enemy that I'm modding, and then here is the reference image that I started with, and then here is the concept art for the enemy, and here's where we're at right now. And here's a bunch of different like iterations on how I got there. Pretty cool though. But how you doing, Stephanie Knight? What you been up to? How was that festival or the camping? The pictures you sent look so cool. It was amazing. Good, good. Did you get lots of video of your wife? Oops. I'm trying to make this guy not expose everyone. I could probably just close up this stuff in front. I feel like it needs more geometry there, otherwise it won't look like it doesn't close. Wait, what is this? What is this vertice? What is this? What is that vertice doing? And there's two of them? Where did they come from? They must dissolve. Such a great vibe. Sadly, no video. I was too busy dancing, but it was filmed. Oh, cool, cool. How long was her set? This one's got extroverts too? Can we just check to see if there's any more? No more. Well, these look weird. An hour. Very cool. That must have been really exciting for her. Does she do shows often? It was the first time Louise and our buddy played together with eight non-binary bits. Oh, very cool. Yeah, as someone who has played music by myself and with friends, honestly, I love both. I love being able to do whatever the heck I want without having to like have a consensus on it or dealing with band practice or band drama or any of the stuff that comes with bands. But I also really enjoy some of the collaborative stuff that comes out of playing music with other people. Like there's definitely pluses to both. They're both non-binary, so that is fun. Oh, cool. Alright, I feel like I need the belt now. We'll make the belt a Taurus. That should make things easy, right? And we probably don't need that much geometry. It's a start. It went well though. Did you manage to hear it on stream? No, I didn't actually catch it. I'm sorry. I have a few of the tracks on YouTube if you want to hear. Oh yeah, absolutely. Also, feel free to drop them in the Discord if you want to share with the rest of everyone. I think pretty much everyone on the stream is in lurk mode at the moment, which is awesome, but they might not hear it. Here, 1 sec, I will fetch a link. Awesome. Cool. I like it already. And Lost in Time. Cool. Thank you so much for sharing. Domo, welcome in. Such a good dancing track. I love the like the synthwave kind of vibe. How you doing, Domo? Welcome in. Everyone check out Domo if you haven't yet. Having fun with Blender? Yeah, I'm making a Doom mod. This is gonna be an enemy for Doom. Did I? Ah, here it is. Here's my my reference. I'm gonna give him horns, I think, too. But yeah, I've been messing around with Doom Builder. So I've got like this, this is unfinished. But I've got this little map that I've been working on. Just kind of fucking around, but I want to give it all custom art, which is like a massive undertaking. So it probably won't actually happen for years, because like here's all the Doom 2 graphics. And that's just the graphics. All of the audio would need to be redone too. So yeah, it is a lot. So to lighten the load, I decided the best way to make characters, or anything that needs to be rotated, would be to make it in 3D. Do the rotating in Blender, do the animations in Blender, and then just export it as PNGs, and then I would love to make it work with vanilla Doom. I think that would be dope. I mean, it's still a big undertaking, no matter how you slice it. But I've always loved Doom, and I started modding Doom back when I was like in high school. Oops. I'm just gonna merge these so that way it doesn't expose him during the animations. Oh, that was a weird change. It works though. I think from there down we can leave them open. And it's not completely symmetrical or uniform because we've been using the cloth modifier. Might as well make these ones merged as well. It kind of looks cool with his chest exposed like that. Maybe we can give him some jewelry or something. This was the track they ended on. Haha, shit, I was listening on YouTube, not stream. No, oh, that's okay. I was mostly listening to it anyways, but I was talking to Domo as well. Yeah, Domo, we're listening to Stephanie's wife's track, Louise. And on to the next one. I really appreciate you sharing this. Sounds awesome. Let's put this belt in a collision force as well, and see what happens here when we put the cloth back on. It's having trouble fitting into the belt. I think we need to... Let's get rid of that for now. get rid of it. Oh, the next one was the one that ended the concert. I got you. They're both quite high energy. It's having a lot of trouble. I think it's still got too much tension. Oh, it's back at 15, that's why. It's pretty good, right? Maybe it needs more tension. Ship it. And then video game noises. Nice. Is it the bending? It's gotta be the bending. It's like it's windy. It's trying to swallow the belt. Well, that was really dope. Thank you so much for sharing that. Thanks for playing. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, I love hearing what other people are up to, especially chiptune and synthwave and video game noises. I really haven't played a lot with this cloth modifier. I really don't know the best practices here. Imagine an hour in 84-degree heat. We could not even dance that much. Oh yeah. 84 Celsius? Because 84 Celsius would be pretty fucking hot. You must mean Fahrenheit. I appreciate the conversion. I've been planning to make my own game. Yeah, let's go, Domo. Hell yeah. Been practicing my art. What game you want to make? That is a good question. Honestly, it looked better without the extra cloth modifiers. If we give it more quality. That actually helped a little bit. Still getting some weirdness in the butt area, and the shoulder is trying to jump. It doesn't want to stay on his back. Can we give it more mass? What is going on here? Internal springs. Yeah, nothing I'm doing is fixing it at this point. Let's try the linear bending model. Getting some interesting wrinkles there. Alright, what if we give it more geometry first? Because it still has very little geometry. I think that broke it. Oh, it's because it's in edit mode, that's why. Still doing some weird stuff. I wonder if it's because the belt has like next to no geometry. That actually did help it. But still getting out of hand towards the end of the simulation. No, I actually run off my phone to learn. Oh, interesting. The plan is mix of Fear and Hunger and God Husk. Are those games? I don't know any of them. So a limb-based RPG with body horror where you replace your limbs with better ones as you go or replace the ones you lose in battles. Wow, I don't know anything about that type of game. I've never heard of this limb-based horror or body horror. This is a new new thing for me completely. So giving it more geometry definitely helps it look more like cloth. Takes a lot longer to render, and it's still having trouble in the belt. It's made its own belt loops. It's like it knows that there should be belt loops there. Can I smooth that out? Whoa. Now that's a trip. Alright, let's try without the belt. The belt seems to be making things go nuts here. Is the belt still there, just hidden? Yeah, maybe the belt isn't needed to get the correct clothness. Sounds awesome, but also mega. I can share the latest art piece I've been practicing with. Oh, were we in an ad? My bad. Yeah, share the latest art piece you've been practicing with. I love the pixel art that you were making before. Arajik, welcome in. Hey Rick, hey chat. Yeah, how you doing? Everyone check out Arajik. Awesome pixel artist. Are links safe to share? Absolutely. How are you guys? I'm good. Been working on a Doom mod, so I'm making an enemy for Doom. Just kind of fucking around with the cloth modifier. I haven't really ever done a whole lot of cloth. Maybe this belt doesn't need the collision. Let me take a look. Oh wow, yeah, that looks fantastic. I love the radial dither gradient. That's very cool. Yeah, really nice work. Your 5th piece, cool. Yeah, that looks fantastic. Thank you for sharing. I'm pretty sure I follow you. Yeah. Everyone make sure to follow Domo. And like and repost. Yeah, I'm happy with how this one came out. Awesome. Yeah, it looks fantastic. But yeah, how are you doing, Arajik? How have you been? So this is a plane. And it's not going to render the inside of that, is it? I think there's a way to make it do that though, right? I honestly don't know. I have to Google that. So I think if it had a material, we could make it so the back face culling is off. Uh-oh. Did it just crash? Because I didn't save in like forever. No, it didn't. That reminds me, I should save. Rick, I need coffee, and then I get some work ahead of me. You got some work ahead of you. Awesome. Well, get your coffee. So might drop off again. It was nice seeing you again. Yeah, absolutely. Have a productive day. Thank you so much for dropping in and sharing that music with us. It was great to see you. Arjuk says, yeah, I'm great. Thank you. Working on new Cyberpunk's Parallax background for Itch. Very cool. Glad to hear it. Well, it says that backface culling is off, so maybe the camera will pick it up. I don't know. There's no camera. There's no lights. But also, there's no textures on it. Let's give them some basic materials here. So it does render the inside, so we don't have to worry about that. My lighting looks like shit, but hope it would be. Just need to take care of that day job thingy. Yeah, I remember having a day job. Sometimes I miss it. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I'm very glad that I don't have a day job, and sometimes it's like, man, I kind of wish I had that routine and the extra cash. STRG plus S, all 5 minutes. Learn to do it automatically. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Happens so often that I lose work from 1 hour or more because I forgot to say, oh, Control S. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I save a lot, but sometimes I forget. I just get so like, oh, my computer doesn't crash, and then all of a sudden something crashes. I haven't messed with lighting in Godot Blender very much, or like at all. Oh, I see it. Why does it need so much power? Is it because it's so far away? Hey, 100 bits. Thank you so much, RG. Thank you. That's very, very kind of you. This should render a little bit better. Well, that was quick. Wait, what happened? Oh. Almost closed it. How do you see what the camera is showing? I don't do enough rendering. Like in 3ds Max, it was pretty easy to jump between camera views and then to have multiple views open. I know there's a way to do it, but I don't really remember how. I don't know. I don't even know what that does. Hell yeah, I think you just need to make a new view window. Yeah, I'm not really sure how to do that either. New window? New main window? View render? Well, that kind of worked. There we go. That's what I wanted. But yeah, it'd be nice to have that as a separate window. Oops. Huh. I made it move in that view before. Now I don't know how I did it. It's not the middle mouse button, no matter how many times I try it. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. I'm gonna be doing orthographic front rendering anyways. But it's working, you know. Well, this is enough fucking around in Blender. I think I should finish these and then probably crash because it is 3:14 in the morning. It's pie time. But yeah, see how these ones say 2 floors and these ones say 1 floor? These ones don't have 2 floors and they should. And so what I've been doing is selecting it, copying the texture, and just remembering the numbers. 214, 184, 120, 95. Was it 214, 184? And then I don't remember what the other one was. Something 95. 120, 95. So now there's 2 floors, but when you look at them, they're not perfect, but they're pretty fucking close. They just need the slopes and stuff. So we'll jump back. Also they need the same brightness, 168. We'll fuck with the brightness later. But yeah, so we can look at this one. This one's got that texture there, but we'll worry about that later. 216, 208, 104, 95. Wait, was that 95? Yeah, 216, 208, 104, 95. 216. Wait, what happened there? 104. I think that's what it was. And then something 95. I don't know, that seems off. 216, 208, 104, 95. Wait. 108? This is actually really tough to remember. 4 different numbers. 208. And this one's actually gonna be that nuke one. And the brightness. And then this one, 216, 184, 104, 92. Was it 104? No. 204, right? Slime. Slime. I don't remember. Whoops. 104, 92. And this was 184. $104, 92. Mr. Square Peg, welcome in. What are you making tonight? Right now we're working on a Doom mod. So earlier I did some pixel art for a Game Boy Color game, and now we're making 3D floors in a Doom WAD for GZ Doom. So yeah, I'm making more of these sewer pipes. There's gonna be 5 of them. But how are you doing? What are you up to? Doing good here. Trying to learn Godot at the moment. Oh, cool. Another game dev. Glad to hear it. I personally have not done a whole lot in Godot. I'm more of a Unity and GB Studio dev myself. But yeah, I muck around in different engines. 120, 95. I was close. Two 16, 208, 104, 95. 216, 108, 104, 95. But yeah, I use Godot to wrap my Game Boy ROMs with the emulator using Godot Boy. And that's pretty much all I've used Godot for. I've played around with it a little bit, but I didn't get very far as like trying to make games or like working with the example files. Oh, 168, not 186. I feel like I made that mistake other places too. Oh neat, Godot Boy is cool. Yeah, I found it to be quite useful. I wish I knew more about Godot, to be honest, because then I could like, you know, really push the menus and stuff to make it cooler. Like there's this one GB Studio dev who figured out how to like read the variables from the emulator in Godot, which is pretty cool. So they were able to do things like swap languages in the menu and change the border frame. Pretty cool stuff. Was it 120? Man, I'm so bad at remembering these numbers. $104. Oh yeah, that was way off. Well, now they're all there, but some of them are more wrong than others. I don't know what happened there. $216, $108, $104.95. Well, that's the problem. It should be $208. Alright. Oh, that one doesn't have any brightness. Was that the third one? Oh, I did it again. 186. It's supposed to be 168. I don't know. I'll probably fuck with the brightening, later as things get more, as things progress more. So now we're going to change the slopes. Oops, not that slope or that slope. Oops. So yeah, all this stuff is really cool, but it doesn't work in Vanilla Doom. So I'd like to do both GZ Doom and Vanilla Doom at some point. So it would be cool to make the art assets work in Vanilla Doom and then just make different maps for GZ Doom. Because yeah, I'm a huge Doom fan. And when I first started modding Doom, you could only mod Vanilla Doom. There was no Z Doom or GZ Doom. And it's part of the reason why I didn't get very far, probably. But at the same time, there's still something really cool about like just doing asset swaps and making something that's unique that way. I don't think there's much you can do to the code in Vanilla Doom. I could be wrong. I'm sure there's someone out there that figured out how to totally hack the fucking shit. There is this software called Dehacked that lets you change the variables and stuff. So that's definitely something I'd like to get into. I don't think I'll be able to do too much with it, but it is a starting point. I don't know that these are going to be exactly the same, but they look pretty close. Like this one looks a little bit thicker on the edge than the other. Oh, and this one's way off. That actually looks pretty good. So we'll go back into sector mode here and... Oops. We'll just grab all of these slivers. Alright, so this is the ceiling and this is the floor, so that's actually fine. What we want then is all of the other ones, which includes the front, the back, and the sides of all of these. It's probably easier to do this in 2D mode. I'm actually pretty quick at navigating in 3D mode now. So we want the waterfalls, and we probably want the front to have waterfalls too. I feel like the back is mostly exposed on these ones, but I think we got it. I don't know what happened here. Something when I made this like little lip, it like fucked with the way that these 3D floors were, and I had to like use the slopes tool to fix it. And now it's like weird. I don't really know what those are. But they look fine, so I'm not too worried about it. Though there is this weird lip of no texture. A double lip of no texture. It's pretty weird. Not the end of the world. So I've just been using this texture. Whoops. Which is like the basic texture that it kind of comes with. That didn't fix it. But yeah, I plan to make my own textures. Demonfish dead ahead! Beware the Overlord! So Demonfish Dead Ahead is getting ready for a release in November. I've got a small list of content creators that are gonna play it once I get the playtest version up on Steam. So I'm pretty excited for that. If you're interested, let me know. I can add you to the list. Get you a review copy. Add me, awesome. I will, well, do that right now. Drop my mouse. Let's see. Alright, adding you to the list. Oh, you're already on there, Domo. I'm sorry. Oh, I am. Yep, my bad. I must have asked you a while ago. Because you're like third on the list. So far I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different people on the list. Yellow, yellow, been a while since I've chatted here. Retro Toby CEO, welcome in, how you doing? What are you up to? How is your early morning going? Or I don't know what time it is there. It's early morning here. It's 3:38. This doesn't have a sector tag. So I'm assuming it doesn't get open. Oh wait, the floor is 80. This one. Whoa. This one is the door that needs to open. So let's give that one a tag. 132 it is. And then do these enemies have tags? No. Let's give them a tag. $133. So in the script, we'll make a new open script. We'll just copy this. Let's get rid of that space there. Paste it there. What did we say? 132 and 133, I think it was. Let's see here. Yeah, 133 for the enemies. And we go to sectors. 132. Yeah, so this script is going to wait 35 seconds, or every 35 ticks, which is 1 second. It's going to check to see if 133 is greater than 0. If it is, it's going to wait. And then when it's not, it's going to lower the floor value. So yeah, we need to give it a new number. 25. So now when we kill these enemies, they're gonna open that door. Just woke up, haven't made a game in a while. It's 4:38 here. Originally, I was gonna make my own shmup in Shmup Builder, but I don't know if I want to do that or make a GB Studio game that isn't a shmup. I want to make a RPG in GB Studio, but I don't know how. Interesting. Yeah, no, I've made an RPG. I've kind of got two, but one is is like pretty much done. Actually, Domo just posted the link in chat for that one. It's called Demonfish Dead Ahead. It's a very simplistic RPG, but I did that on purpose because it was for a game jam, and then also because I like simple RPGs, so I kind of expanded on it, made it a bigger game, but kept its simplicity. Demonfish Dead Ahead. It's getting released on Steam in November, but there is a demo you can play now on itch and on Steam. And yeah, so there's like 4 different slots, and then I think 32 different fish, and then 4 different bosses. But yeah, you can have up to 4 fish per battle, so sometimes there's only 1, sometimes there's 2, sometimes there's 3, sometimes there's 4, and they're in different positions. Like if there's only 1, it's right in the middle. If there's only 2, then I think it's staggered, like diagonal, I think, like that. And then if there's 3, 1 is in the middle and 2 are staggered, I believe. I think, I don't know, it's been a while since I played it, to be honest. Oh. So yeah, pretty simple, but it's got a player data, fight data. It's probably pretty loud, huh? On the fight screen there, so you can see there's only 1 fish, but it tells you how much health it has, how much health the player has, and there's only 3 options during the battle. You can fight, you can run, or you can defend. And then you can search around the map to get extra levels by finding locations. There's 4 different levels. They're pretty big though. It tracks which fish you caught, how many of each you caught. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Wait, did you say you can release GB Studio games on Steam? Yeah, absolutely. I've been using Godot Boy to do that. It's actually pretty easy to do. Oh, cool. Well, still, I don't know what kind of RPG beyond a combat style RPG there are. So I'm actually working on a different RPG that is a dungeon crawler turn-based RPG with Johnny Manjiro. That's a little bit more advanced, but that's something he's designing. I'm just making the art for. That's pretty cool. It's like a wizardry kind of thing. Oh, there's a map I made in the game, so you can like find your way around the mazes without having to struggle. But yeah, that's Demon Fish Dead Ahead. And yeah, if you are in itch, how do you get, yeah, here we go. And then you search for Godot Boy. Oh. Maybe it's one word. Godot Boy. So if you go to Godot Boy's export template, it's I don't know what this is. Oh yeah, so this is the sample game run through a Godot game, right? So this is the Godot menu, and this is the emulator that it's running. Oh, that sounds terrible. Get it out of here. Anyways, yeah. So it's a template. Under the hood, I've used Rust Boy, RBoy, the Rust-based emulator, into a library and interfaced into Godot using a full game engine like Godot. Under the hood means you can modify controls easily, add, modify touchscreen controls. Touchscreen Android controls are work in progress. Write custom screen shaders or even place your game into 3D environment. And since Godot is lightweight, the download size is still quite reasonable. So yeah, they make it sound like it's super easy to like fuck with it and stuff, and that's not easy. That's difficult to do, especially if you're not like super well versed in Godot. However, to just get it to export is actually not too hard. It's pretty easy to do. And there is a tutorial on how to export. If you don't know how to do that, it's pretty easy to figure out. And there is a video that someone made on YouTube. If you look on YouTube, you could probably find it. Just look for Godot Boy on YouTube. But yeah, definitely worth checking out. That's awesome. All I know is how to release GB Studio games via HTML, so I can't really get sales as a result. So if you go into GB Studio, let me get my music back on. I've already downloaded that. If you go into GB Studio and you open a project, and let's say your game's done, you can go to game, export as ROM, and you can make a downloadable version that way. Also, you probably want to export for Analog Pocket as well, because some people own an Analog Pocket and then they can play it on that. So what the ROM is like pretty much it is what would work on a Game Boy. It's just the digital version of it. So if you're going to make like a cartridge, you put the ROM on the cartridge. But if you make the ROM downloadable, people who have their own flashcards, excuse me, let me get some water. Sorry about that. Yeah, people who have their own flashcards can then put the ROM on their cartridge and play that way. Or if you have an emulator, you can play that way. If you have like a like I have a Miu Mini, it's like a retro handheld. You can put an SD card in it that has ROMs on it. So I go on itch and I download a bunch of different ROMs and throw it on my Miu Mini. Some of them I pay for, some of them are free. A lot of them are free, but sometimes you can sell them. Pyrotoad, a game that I made with Johnny Manjiro, is for sale on itch. So we got Pyrotoad here, $7.99, and it does have the demo as the web build, so you can play it on your phone or whatever to test it out. And we also have the downloadable Windows version, the Game Boy Color version, and the Analog Pocket version. But then those are the demos, and then if you pay $7.99, you get the full length versions of the Game Boy Color ROM, the Windows executable, which, like I said before, is wrapped with an emulator using Godot, and then the Analog Pocket version, which is for Analog Pocket. And yeah, we're actually part of a bundle that's coming up in like less than 24 hours, so that should be cool. But yeah, that's awesome that you made $5 on itch, or close to making $5 on itch. Yeah, and it, you know, obviously it's hard to focus on making money as a homebrew developer. That's kind of hard to do. But it isn't impossible, and it does add up over time. And there's no reason why you shouldn't charge at least a little bit if you're making something, putting your time into it, and it's fun to play. However, I do have a whole lot of projects that are free because, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, I think it's awesome that itch has free games, and I used to download and play free games on itch all the time. So yeah. But also it's a great place to put your games up and test the waters and see how people like it, get some feedback on it, make some changes to it, and then you can turn around and sell it on Steam after you've made some significant changes to it, which is what I'm doing for Demon Fish Dead Ahead. It started as a game jam game. I doubled the content twice, and then made a demo after the second time, so that way there's like a full version that I can give to people to test and put on Steam, and then there's the demo version, which is actually basically a polished version of the game jam. But yeah, BitDropper is like a music toy I made that's free. Source Hack, this is actually the first game I made with GB Studio, and it's not done. I just continuously update it. Have to go, doctor's appointment. See you soon, Rick. Have a great day. Also, the chat, have a great one. See you. Yep, take care, Arjik. Hope everything goes well on the doctor's appointment. Yeah, it looks like we're in an ad at the moment. But yeah, I don't know who's stuck in the ads and who's not. I just assume that everyone is. But let's test this out real quick. I'm just gonna cheat to get to the end again. Oh, this is gonna kill me. I didn't even kill one of them. Those things are hard to kill with the pistol. Gotta do some more cheating here. Oops, I missed. Those guys are wailing on me. Where's God mode? I love that the door opens as soon as you walk through. So I actually want that to, like, crossing the line to make it not dormant. Because if you go up to it with the chainsaw, you should be able to kill it. But right now it's dormant. Also, rockets don't do it. But if you use the pistol, that does it. Oh wait, that's not doing it either. Something broke. Well, I found a bug. Thank you, everything's fine, just a routine appointment for your teeth. Oh, cool, yeah, you gotta take care of your teeth. Still best of luck. And, okay, Retro Toby's not in an ad. I've done 2 game jams in my life, one as a learning script maker for Unity and one as a team lead for GB Studio. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I've done a lot of game jams at this point. I've kind of lost track. But I love doing them. So this runs script 23. We go to script 23. We need to make sure that this gets set also. Although that should happen after that. Otherwise, you get locked in. They were both in 72 hours, and the GB Studio Game Jam game I made has some major bugs, sadly. I could potentially update it because it was fun to make. But then again, I can't find the original sprite maker for the Game Jam game. Oh, like the person who made it? You didn't keep in touch with them? But yeah, you know, honestly, that's kind of expected. 72 hours is tight. I know it's like a whole weekend, but it's tough to make a game in 72 hours. There's no way around that. And then with GB Studio, I've spent a week on a Game Jam game and still didn't leave enough time for testing in the end. So don't feel too bad about it having bugs. But yeah, I think it's a good idea to update. Like, if anything, it could help you learn. And also, like, people who come across it are going to have a better experience if it's bug free. Of course, it kind of depends on how bad the bug is. But yeah. I kind of wanted this door to close behind you. I'm not sure why it didn't happen that time. Also, it didn't make him not dormant. What the hell? Why didn't that work? It's a repeatable action when the player walks over. But it can only happen once because of that. But it's setting 88. Oh shit, I know why, because I changed his tag. This one needs to not be 88. Or it needs to be 88. That's why that wasn't working. The main bug I had was after the game was completed, the characters that you literally had to interact with to even progress through the game would literally disappear forever. So you had to restart the game entirely. It's easily fixable though. Right on. Yeah, that sounds like it would be easy to fix. You just gotta reset the variables. Also, it sounds like not a lot of players would experience it, because after you complete the game, it's pretty rare that you would be like, I'm gonna play it again. I mean, it could happen. Also, if there's like a way to save the game, that could kind of screw it up. I'm stuck in the wall. Yeah, that should definitely close that door behind you. That way you can't go back and get health. Oh, yep, look at that, it worked. Now he's not dormant. Also, the shotgun guy shot him trying to shoot me. Oh, but now this doesn't open. But also, it let me through. And the texture's not there. Not sure what happened there. Well, one guy did it on stream. Then again, it was the same guy that told me when I tried to switch from building a fighting game to a GB Studio game that you're not trying to do smaller projects. You gave up on making a fighting game, which pissed me off. Well, so when you're working with teams, it's really easy to let your emotions get high, but it's really important to just let people off the hook, because they probably don't mean to be as offensive as you're taking it. Especially during a game jam, emotions can be high because there's a lot of pressure. And yeah, I get it that you want to work with people that are easy to work with, that are nice to you, but allow yourself to let them be easy to work with. They're going to be a lot easier to work with, right? That doesn't mean let them abuse you, but at the same time, like, there's easy ways to diffuse things like that just by being honest and saying like, hey, that kind of hurts my feelings, and you know, explaining yourself a little bit. The reality is that fighting games are fucking hard to make, like really fucking hard to make, on any platform. In Unity, Godot, GB Studio, fighting games are tough. And pretty much anyone who's been in the industry long enough can tell you that, and anyone who's made a fighting game will definitely tell you that. There's no easy way to make a fighting game. So, you know, I mean, that guy might have really wanted the fighting game, or not understood how hard a fighting game is to make. But don't feel bad about switching, and you can always go back to the fighting game once you learn more about whatever platform you're trying to make for. It's a hard genre. It's hard to find players, it's hard to do matchmaking, it's hard to make it fun, it's hard to be innovative with it, it's hard to animate. There's like, the whole thing is just hard. Working on these projects by your lonesome, his comment was months past said game jam, the fighting game project on your lonesome. I mean, yeah, I get it. Cyfix, welcome in. How you doing? Are you waking up, or are you going to bed soon? Because it's 4 a.m. here. But welcome in regardless. You're good. Good to hear it. Good to hear it. Let's play Apex Legends, huh? I've never played that. Is that fun? Well, that's weird because the texture was different. And I don't know why. But it definitely was. Also, there's that. So that's kind of weird. But I guess it's not that weird because it's sticking out. My question is, why was it that weird texture? And how come I could walk through it? There's also that. Oh, I see. There's that nukage texture. Ah, the sector's flipped. Well, it shouldn't really make that big of a difference. Oh no, this needs to not be there and needs to be here. That's why. So it just looked like the wall was closed. It wasn't though. Going to sleep soon because it's 4 a.m. Yeah, Apex is fun, but I am bad. How's your day going? Day's going good. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it. But yeah, nonetheless, I wanted to try to continue doing something like I like. People telling me to learn art fundamentals like the website Draw a Box, and the course looks fun and such, but I'm always scared about how long it'll take for me to complete the course. Yeah, I don't know that course. I mean, drawing a box is pretty easy though. Got my PC back. Oh, cool. And I hope it's fixed. I'm buying a battery bank to go between the PC and outlet to prevent that from ever happening again. Very cool. Yeah, I had a battery for a little bit and then it just stopped working after about a year. And it made this terrible high-pitched sound like when it stopped working, like it was so loud. It was louder than the fire detector, the smoke detectors. I thought there was like a fucking bomb going off. And I was living in a condo too, so I guess I'm just lucky that it happened while I was home. I couldn't imagine if it happened while I was at work, because it was like shortly after I got home from work. And I couldn't figure out how to get it to stop. I had to unplug the damn thing. And then I looked it up online. It's like, yeah, that means it's broken. It's like, oh, they just die after a while? That's sad. Because it wasn't cheap. Like, hit the deck type. It's not. Yeah, it scared the shit out of me. Like, at least with a smoke detector, you know, like, oh, that's the smoke detector. Fuck. This was like, what the fuck is that sound? Holy shit. I had no idea it was gonna do that. But yeah, Retro Toby's drawing isn't easy. It's definitely, it requires patience and it requires sucking. You literally have to suck to get better, and that's a lot of people. That is enough to make them stop, right? Because it doesn't feel good to suck at something unless you're used to sucking at things. And I mean that in the best way possible. If you're used to trying new things all the time, then you know what it's like to suck at things. Because if you try new things all the time, then you suck at lots of things all the time. You get better, but then you go and you try something else and you suck at that because it's the first time you do it. And you get comfortable the more you do it. And you start to notice your improvements more. It makes the whole process a lot easier if you're used to getting outside of your comfort zone. If you're only used to doing things you're good at, it makes it really hard to try new things. So I mean, if you're worried about time sink, like, yeah, it is going to take time, but if you're passionate about it, it's worth it. It's like making games, right? It's tough, it's hard, you suck at it at first. It's really impossible to make a good game design right away. You need to iterate on it, right? Well, the same thing is true for drawing. It's super fun to do, especially once you get good at it, but you need to get feedback from people, you need to iterate on it, you need to spend time researching and learning different methods and techniques, and it's endless. It's literally endless, which is amazing for people who have a passion for it. It's less fun for people who are just trying to get to the end result. I think, honestly, the trick in life is to not focus on the end result, but to learn how to enjoy, the journey, as they say. That's the smoke detector, get the sledgehammer. Yeah, but it was the battery backup. It was like it was like over $100 battery backup. I think it was over $100. I don't remember. Yeah. And my computer was plugged into it, so I wasn't like ready to just turn it off, you know what I mean? I had to like shut down the computer. Let's test this out again. I didn't take a look at that. Oh yeah, I wanted to make that shut behind you, but it doesn't. Alright. So yeah. Those guys were infighting. Alright, yeah, it opens. Cool. And then we've got our new sewer pipes. The floor doesn't hurt you yet, but that's okay. You can jump in there, but I think I'm going to learn how to do swimming, which makes it so you can't jump because you use the jump button to swim. Or maybe you can do both. I don't know. I recently played a mod where you could swim, and I thought that was really cool, so I'd like to learn how to do that. I have no idea how easy it is to do, but someone else did it, so it's doable. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this room so far, at least this side. Obviously the textures are all fucked. I haven't tried to fix that yet. This side has that weird line, which I can easily fix the same way I fixed here. Just put like a little lip to prevent it, and then bring the wall down onto the lip. You can kind of see it in the corners there, which I could also fix. But yeah, everything's bright right now. I plan to make everything much darker once I actually like finish the mod. Is this Fantasy Doom? Yeah, I'm making a Doom mod. I'm just doing it like for fun, little bits at a time. But yeah, I would like to remake all of the art eventually and do like a fantasy theme. Or like, dark fantasy theme. So probably still like kind of demons and stuff like that, but different demons than Doom, if that makes sense. And like try to use magic instead of guns, kind of thing. It's really hard to think of ways like obviously you can do some melee combat with like the pinkies, like the pink guys.
My name is Inigo Montoya.
Give them swords. For sure. Probably make them like a knight with swords, because they have lots of armor, they have lots of health, and they do melee attacks. But yeah, the other ones like shoot rockets and shit like that, so it's mostly gonna be magic. Also, you're shooting like the entire game, right? I mean, you do have the magic thing, which I could probably turn into a sword, but the problem with the chainsaw is that like it's constant. It's like, you know, like obviously you can change the sound, but like just holding a sword out in front of you and like stabbing repeatedly or just holding it out, like that's kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe I could change it so it doesn't do it repeatedly by like modding the game. But that's a lot of effort. Making it like a magic force field thing is a lot easier. But yeah, I've actually been fucking around in Blender to make a enemy. So I did this today. It doesn't have like the loops for the belt, but it has a belt. It doesn't have a face yet. Also, it doesn't have a hood yet. But I gave it a cloak. And I was fucking with the cloth modifier. So it has a simulated cloth. Would it be possible to make a sword by taking a gun and making it really short range and the bullet speed slow? So essentially that's how they made the chainsaw, except that it shoots like rapid fire, right? Because if we go back into the engine, and give myself all the guns. So this is my chainsaw, but if you look at it at the wall, it's actually shooting bullets, but only when you get like really close. And because it was Doom, they didn't bother to make it like a different texture, because I mean the fact that it's leaving decals was fucking phenomenal back in the day anyways. But yeah, I'd have to figure out a way to make it not shoot as many bullets if I was gonna make it a sword. I'm sure there is a way, especially with GZ Doom. You can fucking change just about everything in GZ Doom. But it would be cool to make it work with vanilla Doom as well, which is a lot harder to change stuff like that. But it might be possible. I would just need to find the variable for the chainsaw attack like rate and bring it way down. But also another thing to think about is that there's only 4 frames for the chainsaw. Right? You've got 2 idle frames and 2 attack frames. So you're kind of limited with what you can do as far as animating a sword with the chainsaw for vanilla Doom. If you in GZ Doom you can add more frames to the attacks and stuff like that. I don't know how to do it, but I've seen that people do it. But yeah, I've been working with scripting and making like doors and stuff like that, trapping the player and shit. Making switches, but then you can't reach the switch and the bad guys pop up, and then you get the switch and more bad guys pop up. Wow, that guy almost killed me. That guy did kill me. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. You know, I started modding Doom back in high school, and I never really finished anything. I messed around with this, like an early version of this software. And I tried making my own art, but I never actually put it into the engine. because I didn't get that far. I made like one frame and was like, that's a lot of pixels. Also, I was like, well, what do I really want to do to Doom? You know, I had to like really think about it, and I just never finished it. And I always wanted to finish something for Doom. And now that I'm like, you know, a professional modder and a game developer, and I've got some time to, you know, fuck around with this shit. Not to mention I've learned countless engines at this point, and learning software comes pretty easy to me. Like, doing this kind of stuff has been just a lot of fun. This room's pretty cool. There's like a bunch of Revenant rocket dudes. So you go in and they're already like up there, and they start shooting, and the pillars go down when the bullets cross like a certain line. So when they see you and start shooting you, the pillars start going down. And then there's these invisible demons. At first there's only 2, but then when you kill those 2, there's like 6 more that pop up. And they're still shooting rockets at you. Oh, and I died. Cool. Yeah, it's really tough, but it's kind of fun that that the pillars come down. I thought that was like a good game design mechanic to make the level more interesting for you. Like, and then if you like climb up here, you can like kill these guys, but they might punch you back. And there's also demons in these holes, so it's not a very good strategy to try to do that, because you have limited health. There's another pinky around here somewhere. Like, you can kind of hide over here and not get rocketed. I don't know where those pinkies are. Oh shit. The rockets are kind of homing. This guy's gonna punch me to death. I was punched by a Revenant. But yeah, you gotta kill all of the Revenants before it opens the next room. Rip, yeah. Rip and tear. Oh, there he is. I'm like, where the hell is he? Damn. These guys are fucking me up. Alright, I think I killed all of these fuckers. And then you can get the rocket launcher. Oh, there's another. That's not gonna do it. Oh my gosh. I pulled out my fist and started punching instead of the chainsaw. I know you're around here somewhere. Fists are not known for being great weapons versus literal hellspawn. Yeah, I mean, you are wearing a ring on your finger with a spike on it, but it doesn't do a whole lot against these guys. Quit biting me. I know there's more. I can smell them. No, another thing is that there's so many of those Revenants making sound effects that it's really hard to listen for the invisible demons. And maybe making them invisible was not a great idea, because it's like really fucking tough. You can't tell if there's more or not. Sometimes they're stupid. Sometimes they go right for, oh, there he is, just hanging out. Oh shit. That guy shot the fuck out of me. Oh shit. I think I got him this time. I still got 75 health. It's really easy to accidentally blow yourself up with these fucking rockets, though. Yeah, so I made it so if they cross over the pillars, they go down. But also, there's like a few lines on the ground in between the pillars that bring it down a little bit if it hasn't been brought down yet. So that way, because it's really hard to make them trigger if you're not shooting over it. If you're shooting over it, it's really easy. But if you're just shooting at it, you kind of have to like almost miss for it to happen. I'm gonna need that chainsaw here. The chainsaw is pretty effective against these guys, but when they surround you, they still take a chunk of health. I did it. And then this room's completely unfinished. But I got the pipes. This was actually a pretty big pain in the ass to make these 3D floors, because in the original vanilla Doom, you couldn't have like this, what they call 3D floors. You couldn't have a space on top of a space, or you couldn't walk underneath and have space up above it. It all had to be like this, right? You could have this, but you couldn't have two of them on top of each other. You couldn't do a whole lot with Vanilla Doom, because it wasn't a 3D engine. It was a faux 3D engine. It was 2D made to look 3D, and if you pull out the map, you can kind of see, right? It's all like, it's probably really hard to see these lines because of the colors, but it's a 2D design, and then these line defs is what they call them, and then the sectors, they all have different values to determine like a height, and it just tells the renderer to render it that way. It's not actually 3D, it's just tricking the render into thinking that it's 3D basically. And then the renderer presents something that looks 3D. However, this engine is a source port of the Doom engine. And if you're familiar with Source, yeah, this is GZ Doom. So Source is the engine they used to make Counter-Strike when Valve first made Counter-Strike. Before Steam was even a thing, they were working on games. And so actually, I'm pretty sure Steam was created as a launcher for Counter-Strike. And then they ended up selling other people's games on there. But yeah, this is a port of the Doom engine, id Tech engine, into a Source engine. So that way this actually is 3D, so they can do stuff like this. And then the engine, or the ultimate Doom builder, the map builder here. Oh, why wouldn't it save? Oh, because the mod is because the engine's open? That's weird. So yeah, this software was made for vanilla Doom, but as Z-Doom and GZ-Doom came out, they modified it so you could do cooler stuff with it if you wanted to. You can still do vanilla Doom if you set it up that way though, which is really cool. Reminds you of Halo 1. So yeah, Halo 1 was actually much later. Well, not a whole lot later. When did Counter-Strike come out? Let's find out. So Counter-Strike came out November 9th of 2000. So I think Halo was like a year later. Yeah, Halo was November 15th, 2001. So yeah, almost exactly a year later. And then Counter-Strike 2 came out in 2023. I didn't even know there was a Counter-Strike 2, to be honest. Is that CSGO? No, that's different. Oh, it kind of is. It's someone on Reddit saying it's just a rebranded massive update of CSGO. It's basically a DLC that completely reworked the game instead of being a new game outright its own. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Well, it's getting pretty late. I think it's time to wind down here. I really appreciate everyone dropping in and saying hey. And Cyfix, I appreciate that 3-stream streak. I didn't mention that, but thank you for that. Very kind of you. We did get some stuff done. I got these 3D floors done with the sewers. We did this cloth simulation for that that humanoid for a wizard person. Next we gotta make a hood and the belt strings, but worry about that later. Also, it needs to be rigged so that way we can animate it, give him a face maybe, maybe some textures instead of just materials. But yeah, honestly, I'm not sure how much detail I'm actually gonna give it because it's gonna look like a Doom guy. it's gonna look like all pixely like that in the end. So it doesn't really need a whole lot of detail, just the basics. Because like I said, I would like to make it work for vanilla Doom. Like, I know with GZ Doom you could do like high res textures and stuff like that, but I don't know. It'd almost be cool to make two different versions, like, because I'll have the renderings, I'll have the high res renderings, but then I'll need to like downsample them and fix the color palette to match vanilla Doom, which is like a lot more work. So I don't know, maybe that'll happen after. I don't know, I'm excited for this, but oh, and we also did Johnny Manjiro's pixel art too. We got all of the zones done. We finished 8 and 7 today. But there's only 8 maps, so we got all the maps done for his dungeon crawler, so that's exciting. There's still a whole lot of art to make for the game. I think there's only 30 enemies or something so far. And we need to make like 100, so that's like 70 more enemies. Of course, it'll be a lot less work than redoing all of the Doom art. This is all of the Doom art. I can blow it up a bit so we can actually see it. Oh no, I can't. It shrinks it down. Why does it do that? That's so weird. Make it big. But yeah, that's a lot of art. Not to mention all of the audio. Is that like a different rocket launcher? I don't remember that gun. Or is it just... Oh, you just never see the bottom of it. You only see the top of it. Because it cuts off like right there. It is some really cool art. And I can't wait to have my own textures in there and stuff. I think that would be dope. And textures is something that I'm actually pretty well versed in. I took 2 different texture classes in college. I even got a book on textures. I don't know what happened to the 3D modeling book, but I still have the texture book. But yeah, back in my day, you had to use what they called texture recipes to make textures. Nowadays, you can just like type in some bullshit and it spits out a fucking texture. Of course, I'm not gonna use AI, but it's more fun to me to actually make the fucking texture. And the texture recipes were pretty cool. It would be like, you know, generate noise and then give it these parameters, and then do a motion blur and give it these parameters, and then make a duplicate layer and give it this blending mode, and then make another layer, do a solid color, make it this color, and there you have wood. You know what I mean? You want it to be tiled? Okay, now do this offset and offset it again, and then blend the edges so they look natural, and then offset it again, and now it's a tileable wood texture. Like little things that you like, oh, I could do this with clouds also, and you do it with clouds, and then you've got like a stone texture. I played with Blender texture. That stuff is witchcraft. You mean materials? Because, I mean, there is texture painting, right? Where you like paint 2D maps on a texture and just, paint it. I'm painting a texture. Like, I just painted a texture, but most of it is actually done with shaders, where you do like a shader. Honestly, I don't really fuck with this that much. What am I doing wrong here? I guess usually I start with a shader. So where are the shaders? If we go into layout mode and select something. Yeah, maybe it's because I didn't have anything selected. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So yeah. It's a lot like the old school way. It's just visual. The old school way for 3ds Max was crazy. You just like had like a stack of different maps and parameters, and it was all letters and numbers. And now it's all visual, and you can just like make nodes and shit. Add a noise texture, add it to the roughness, and then I don't even know. There's a whole bunch of shit you can do. I don't even know what I just did there. I made it freak out. It didn't like that. I think this one needs to go there, right? No. I don't know. Why is the color going there? I made it do something. So I've added noise to the roughness. And now it's a textured fabric. I don't even know what that is. It's kind of cool like that, though. I have no idea what float curves even do. Should get ready for bed. Have a good rest of your stream. Yeah, I'm about ready to get going too. Thanks. I appreciate it. And I hope you sleep well. Have a great day tomorrow. All right, let's get out of here. One more render for the road. Look at that fancy fabric he's got on. He looks like a pimp. Give him some hair and a gold chain. He's pimping. His neck looks all fucked up. That's just a shadow. Anyways, yeah, let's close this down. And this. All right. Thank you again, everyone, for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Let's find someone to raid. Looks like Chubby is streaming. Yeah, let's raid Chubby. We haven't raided Chubby in a while. And there's a raid message if you want to use it. Feel free. I'm gonna use it. And yeah, thanks again, everyone. Really appreciate all the supports, the bits from Seagoat. You're all so awesome and supportive. and I really appreciate it. And even though we didn't play any games with Indiana Crones today, like we normally do, still had tons of fun. Oh, and Arjik for the bits as well. And Seagull for the resub. Oh, why is there an ad about to start? We need to snooze that. Lot Lizard and J Train for the streaks. Oh, as well as Cyfix. Yeah, anyways, we're gonna raid. So take care. Bye.